Okay, let's try this. Google's going crazy today.
The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Men in Black struck again.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Accept those frauds. Okay. Yo, anybody up there? Google's lagging a lot today. I know there's been some crazy stuff with the browsers happening. Probably some update happened. Let's see how well it goes today. Hopefully it won't be any technical problems. The highlighter is going a bit crazy. But yeah, it looks like it might be working. So yeah, we're going to go over Secureteam's latest garbage and break it down. We're also going to look at ancient stones with so-called aliens and UFOs on them. See if there's any deception there. And anything else, I guess. See what happens. My energy levels are sucky today though. But also is my eyesight. But what else is new, eh? We'll see who pops along. Anyone out there, just say hi in the side chat. So there's my website link where you can find most of the links. I think a lot of people were up very late last night, being Saturday, and maybe they're sleeping in on Sunday. It's Monday my time, but Sunday the rest of the world. We'll see what happens. It's finally getting warmer and warmer here, which is a good thing. But again, lots of other things have got in the way. Drama on Twitter and other stuff has slowed me down doing my projects. But I'm back in contact with Earl Grey. Never know, he might better come back on if he ain't so busy. But we've been talking about his cases and also my skywatching do-it-yourself project. My own Osiris, my own sky hub, done my way. But yeah, let's see. I think we're almost ready to go. Doesn't look like anyone's going to join us yet though. Although I don't know if I can trust Google stats here at the moment. After the last show, they stuffed up all the ads, so I didn't get any money on the last show. Everybody watched it ad-free, so I didn't even make a buck from the last show. They're rolling out a new tab on the monetization, which normally opens up ad placement, where you can just place them throughout the video yourself. If you let Google do it, they put about 20 in the first half an hour or something. It's just absolutely ridiculous. I have to delete what they do and stick my own ones in, because I normally have like 4 or 5. And well, it depends how long a live stream is, so sometimes I might have a bit more. But you got limited control what type of ads you're going to have. They could still put in a full ad, even in mid location of a video. Really just want a full ad at the front only, and maybe at the end of a episode, and in between you just want banner ads or something, you know, that pop up or whatever. Hey Gabba, looks like you might be the only one today. So yeah, I could put the chat window up, but yeah, we can have a little talk, I suppose. Got present a few things, we'll go over a few things, and yeah, be alright, as long as you don't sort of interrupt me too much, you know, when I'm doing that bit. But let me just get my head straight on this, and because there's a few niggles today, not sure why, and there's a few lawnmowers going on around the place as well, which is annoying. Yeah, chat window, we go for free for all, so it means other people can join in. If not, we'll switch to the other one. You got the link for that. I won't post it out today unless others want to come on, so you can jump in there. It says you're not online now though, so I don't know if it's true or not. Chat window. Mind you crash off sometimes, don't you? Chat window up. Can join. But what I'll say is let me talk for 15 minutes before interrupting or whatever. But yeah, we could have a chat if you want to, and we can maybe even look at your stuff at the end. Although I haven't saved it down from Discord. Okay. I think he may have gone. But anyway, he may have crashed off. Let's see, I can see a message here on Discord. Okay, chat window up. Yeah. First, lay down. Okay, we'll see if more people pop along. If you want to join in on side chat, just let us know. Hey, we've got a few more joining. We've got Michael, how's it going? Not too late at night there, I hope. What was it? It's normally 12 hours now, isn't it, with our daylight changes? 2:30 here already, and Google have been making things hard to start up today. So I'm about 20 minutes late than I wanted to be. Alright, Gabba is here. And the stats is updated again. Kind of crazy what's going on here. Yeah, so we'll get stuck into it. Chat window's up if you want to join in. Just let me break down stuff though, and as I might lose the train of thought and it will take longer. But yeah, it's up and running there. Okay, let's bring it up. Secureteam, or Secureteam as I like to call it. You've seen my comedy series though, haven't you? It's hilarious, I think. I watch it back myself and think, Jesus, I wish someone did this let's see, what, good 11 years ago now, probably. And I would have joined YouTube just for a laugh. So we got this one up here. It doesn't put up much, unlike Third Phase and Mr. G. I had a quick look, a skim over it last night. Anyway, I won't turn it up too loud, I don't think. Let's see how it's going. I think it's loud enough, so I can talk over it.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here with Secureteam. So we have a lot to cover today, and I know in my last
you haven't, you lie. You only got 17 minutes of garbage.
We've been doing a lot of lunar...
Oh yeah, so he's a wee bit late to the party on the meteorite one, crash landing one called DART. So yeah, I was expecting people to come out talking about UFOs on it, because there is some artifacts on there and there is some debris, you know, breaking off the asteroid. Well, actually, it's a meteorite, isn't it? So,
anomaly.
What's the difference between an asteroid and a meteor? And what's a meteorite? A meteor, or is generally smaller than an asteroid, I think. I think we covered it before, didn't we? Let's just skim over it before we start, just to make sure we're all on the same page. What's the difference between asteroid and meteorite? Because both of them can be icy blocks, as we found out. And asteroid is right, I reckon it's a small, but I thought meteorite would have been bigger. Asteroid is a small rocky object that orbits the sun. A meteorite is what happens when a small piece of the asteroid or comet, called a meteoroid, burns up upon entering Earth's atmosphere, and then when it hits the ground it's called a meteorite, because I suppose it becomes a bit of a rock on the ground. You know, a lot of rocks have ite in it. So yeah, well, that's a good summary, isn't it? So I would have thought asteroid would have been a lot bigger than a meteorite if it breaks off, though. So generally they are bigger, so I was correct. So have I got any other list of things? I think that's pretty much it, isn't it? A meteoroid is a small rocky or metallic body revolving in interplanetary space around the sun. So they're saying that, but that's not actually correct, isn't it, really? Not from the other definition. It spins off the asteroid and zooms our way. But who knows? Who knows who's correct here? When a meteoroid enters the Earth's atmosphere and burns up, it leaves a glowing trail on the sky. Not all the time, it doesn't. If it's all made of ice, it's going to, I suppose it's possible to leave a vapor. The facts. Let's see what he says. The facts. Difference between asteroid and a meteoroid is provided here. With ats, of course. There are countless objects in the universe orbiting the sun. Asteroids and meteoroids are commonly known as celestial bodies, sharing a few common things, such as staying close to planets and orbiting the sun. While an asteroid is a relatively small object composed of rock, metal, and carbon, and also gases and water, an asteroid is believed to be a leftover in the solar system. On the other hand, a meteorite is a small particle separated or accidentally detached from a comet or asteroid. So he's saying the same thing. So that's why we get meteorite showers, I guess. So what happens is, obviously the asteroid circles the sun, and every so often bits break off it and heads our way and causes meteorite showers. So how many bits can keep breaking off an asteroid until there's nothing left, is the question. Okay, let's try another search actually. I'll just how long will a comet produce a meteoroid showers? I suppose that's, have I spelled it wrong, have I? And their relationship to comets. So yeah, we're learning all stuff here at the moment. Meteors or shooting stars are very different from comets, although the two can be related. A comet is a ball of ice. Here we go. This one's saying ice. This is where you got to keep reading different pages, right? You gradually build it up. A ball of ice and dirt orbiting the sun, usually millions of miles from Earth. As the ice in the nucleus is heated and vaporized by the sun, gases escape, taking dust particles along with it. And that's what we're seeing at the moment with that DART meteoroid. But I would have said it was more of a comet then, because it's got a tail at the moment, hasn't it? The dust and gas are pushed away by the sun, blah blah blah. Yeah, but it's not what we asked. A meteorite shower takes place when the Earth crosses one of the clouds of dust that is in the comet's orbit. So as stuff's breaking off the comet, that means it's got to get smaller and smaller though, isn't it? The duration and intensity of the shower is determined by the size. So we have these predetermined showers, meteorite showers, that happen every year, but when will they stop happening is what I want to know. 1,000 years from now, 1,000,000 years from now. What are the names of regular meteor shower? We'll just say that this time. Okay, so we got Perseids, Cyanids, Orgigoids, Epsilon Perseids, 36 more rows. So there's obviously a few comments out there. Okay, so let's see, how many ones have we got? Quadrandoids. 1, 2. It sounds like something from Doctor Who. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Linrids. I've heard of that one before. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. And some of those happen only in certain regions like California, I think I read there. And some in southern hemisphere. There we go, southern. So some don't happen on the other side of the planet. But still, that's a lot of comets. So they happen every year, I suppose. That column there is the date it happens, is it? Dates as of. Let's see. Peak as of. Multiple. So the peak of the shower is 3rd of Jan, February, March. So it's in month order here. April, May, June, July, August, September, October. So it's every month of the year, pretty much. And December, there we go. Lots in December. And of course, what happens in December in the Bible? They saw shooting stars, right? And I bet it was one of these comets of a meteorite shower, right? You can see how religion dips into science that we now know. So yeah, how long are these going to last for? I bet they haven't got a column for that. Expected to break down to nothing. Nothing, eventually. I didn't see that. Medium, bright. So you got even ones in luminosity written down here, which is kind of handy. I'll post a link to that. Just have a look at that yourself. But we still didn't find the answer. We have to probably pick one, say when's it going to run out. Meteor, right. So you can see why any of those could get displaced by some other interplanetary rock coming into our orbit and zooming back out. Could change the orbits of these things and cause them flying towards us, right? Which is probably what happened to the dinosaurs. 37 of comets produce. See, I didn't really know all that until I just researched that then, actually. So, you know, I always look at different things each time we do a live show. It's free for all link if you want to join in the side chats. You should have bookmarked it, Gabber, on your portable browser. That's why I told you to set up your portable browser for the live shows. I guess I have to look it up again. Hang on. So, if anyone out there knows more about all that side of thing, let us know. When's that Perseides, or whatever it's called, going to stop working? A million years from now? How big is that comet? You know, obviously we don't see them on the Soho camera, or do we? Because we've seen stuff crash into the sun on videos. There you go. And if you want to install an app for it, like I said, you can join, but let me keep the groove going on the debunking. You can chip in if you know stuff that I don't. I don't know it all, obviously. That's why I do real-time searches. So let's pick one of these anyway before we move on, because it's quite interesting to actually find out. We'll choose that one. Sounds like Doctor Who now. When is it likely? Is it likely to disappear? Or I don't know, what would you say? Break up completely? Yeah, I can't quite see what I'm seeing because I said my eyes are a wee bit bad today. Completely. Let's see if we get it out. So, when, okay, 2023, here we are, meteorite shower, the peak in January, so that's obviously coming up. But it's not answering the question. When should I watch it? Radiant point, in depth, solar system. Okay, let's go and talk about it. But no one's actually told us what we're looking for here. Maybe no one knows. We still don't know enough information. So that's In the Sky, which is a really useful program for looking up satellites and stuff. So let's just have a look at that one. It's actually got it listed. I wonder if it's got the flight path, orbit. Looks like it's got something here. I don't know what that is. Origin of the shower. Meteorite showers arise when the Earth passes through strings of debris left behind in the wake of comets. Over time, the pieces of grit-like debris and these. This is why we get 50, I think it was 50 tons of space debris on the Earth every year, right? So, and we're moving through space at 500,000 miles per hour on the outer rim, and we're also spinning around the sun at I can't remember what it was now, but incredible speeds. If the International Space Station is zooming around at 18,000 miles per hour, we're certainly moving quite fast through 3D space. So obviously everything's relative though, and the stuff that breaks off in the solar system is also moving very fast, but because it's relative, it's moving between the gaps in the planets and the sun towards us, and we're orbiting, so we obviously pass through it as we go through a oval orbit. So meteorites shower radiant. So the radiant is actually, looks like it's right smack in the middle of the shower. So that's alright. So we learnt something there. Radiant, so it's like a target to aim your cameras towards. You should better look up this Gabber and actually aim your P1000 to a shower that's expected to be over Australia and see if you can capture it. Be very interesting. But anyway, there we go. There wasn't any answers on that one, so we're moving on. Was he not on? Where you gone? Where you gone? Gabba, are you there? Is he in the side chat even? Did I give it? Wait, oh, here we go. I thought I might have to go open up Discord. Hello, where you disappeared to? Your head's disappeared there. Okay, what's happened there?
Oh, when I put Jitsu into the
hang on, let
portable,
me just adjust this.
Portable browser.
Right, and it didn't work at first. Obviously. Have we got enough for you showing there? Come on. It's not going to update. Yeah, so yeah. Normally I just use the same links all the time unless we have problems with trolls. But anyway, so we know a wee bit about meteorites and showers now and why they want to land on these things. So obviously this has broken off. These are two parts of debris, obviously, and they're broken off a comet. So yeah, the other thing would be to find out the comet name. I think they mentioned it somewhere. I mean the meteorite name, and find out what comet it may have broken off. But anyway, just carry on with his UFOs.
Analysis. And in today's video, not only do I have more that has occurred and been captured above the moon, but we also have some Earth-based UFO footage and overall strangeness. We have a lot to cover, so let's start out with one of the main headlines. NASA crashed one of their space probes into one of two rogue asteroids that were flying side by.
Okay, so he's saying they're asteroids, but I thought one was a meteorite. But yeah.
By side. As many of you know, mainstream media streamed this live as the probe inched closer and closer to the 160 meter wide object, which is about the size of one of the Egyptian pyramids. Right.
Okay, so if they're asteroids, that makes sense why it's now giving off a vapor trail. We just need to check that up actually, just to make sure the facts are correct, because I don't know. DART mission. Let's see, I've just typed that in. Double asteroid, so that is asteroid. Okay, so that probably explains why they're breaking up. They must have a lot of ice in them, right? Because at the moment, I believe there's pictures of creating a tail, which is obviously creating those so-called meteoroids. Okay, so there's the orbit information. What's that one? Post-impact images. Let's have a look. So it's giving off a tower, right? Although I think someone said one of those was an artifact. I'm not sure if that was the image or not. Looks like we're actually behind the tail there, doesn't it? So they're capturing that from the Hubble and James Webb. So they've got it aimed at the asteroid at the moment. Was that an artifact, that one? That line? I think it was, actually. I think I read somewhere. Let's just double check. That might be another image that looks very similar as an artifact. Impact. It seems to be everywhere, that one, though. So I don't know. Yeah, all this takes a lot of research, doesn't it? To find out all the facts on it. So these ones look more correct. Let's put in tau. Tau.
I'm not happy with the NASA stream of the DART. I'm not happy with it at all.
No. Well, the stream was...
They streamed it at 720p. 720p.
No, it was actually 512 by 512. I think I read.
Terrible.
Yeah, they may have scaled it up to 720 for TV, right? But
billions of dollars, and they're streaming at 512 by 512 resolution. How many more billions do they need to do a high definition stream?
Well, it turns out to be like I think I posted it on the Discord, didn't I? It turns out to be similar camera as what's on the rover on Mars at the moment, but it's a slightly different camera. The whole thing itself was a camera. I think they were streaming it. They were streaming it live at lower res than what they were capturing it, and that's why they got sharper images later.
Need to get the act together. 720p is like 2001. It's nearly 2023.
No, it was actually... I've actually got all the information on Discord, but I wasn't going to actually cover that, I don't think. I don't think I had any... don't think I had anything up for that. But yeah, it was very hard to find information on it. It's on Discord and lobby, though. Let me see if I can find it. So much gets posted here, though. So let's just break it down. I think it was in the lobby. Was it in members lobby? Can't remember now.
I think it was in members lobby.
Yeah. And there's a lot posted in that. Making dot sounds because my CPU is plugging. Just give me a couple of seconds here. I can give you all the stats of the camera. Season up on me here, Discord.
Don't worry about it. Back to what you was doing.
Well, you brought it up, so it needs to be covered. And probably other people are asking the same question. I think most of the posts there have been about the attacks from GUFON again, but
I just don't understand why people would spend thousands of dollars on an 8K resolution television and then they got to watch a not even 720p stream, 512 by 512.
Yeah, let me just have a look. Was that the one? It's all to do with resources on the device itself, right? How much do you dedicate to live streaming versus taking whole burst images and streaming those burst images? God, guys, you've posted a lot of stuff there. I can't seem to find the information where I posted it to. I think it was something like 2.6K sensor in it, which is higher than 1080p, but they're streaming it at 512, I think, and upscaling it. And then they processed the burst images that was transmitting on another band. Here we go. So it looked so bad because obviously the lighting from the sun is not as much as what you'd get on Mars, right? So it's the same sort of camera. Let's see. There's lots of information here.
They need the new Sony
Okay, I found
CCD
it.
camera that does color.
It's a color light. It is a color sensor. So what did I said? Still trying to find its megapixels, but I thought I heard someone say it was 50 megapixels. But anyway, so DART. I don't believe that's so though. DART was only 2.5K, less than the latest rover. The rover was 4K, I believe, but the asteroid was better illuminated. I think here is. I think I meant to say the Mars was better illuminated. I got it around the wrong way there. Here's the lens and ISO. The impact site for providing high definition scientific imagery of the surface derived from long-range reconnaissance imager LORI, I think it's LORI or something like that. On New Horizons, the telescope is a 208mm aperture, f-stop 12.6, with a 0.29 degree field of view. So I'm not sure if we've got a picture of all that. A lightweight optical mechanical structure with low CTE mirror substrates and a composite baffle tube, whatever that is, maintains telescope focus in the low temperature environment of deep space. At the focal plane is a 2560 by 2160 pixels pan-sematic front side illuminated complementary metal oxide semiconductor CMOS image sensor with digital output, global shutter. Global shutter, not that means it takes all the pixels at the same time, doesn't it? It's global shutter. We'll look at that up. What's the other one? Rolling shutter. Image sensor with digital output, global shutter, low read noise. So it doesn't mean not got any noise. High integrated focal plane FPE module controls the sensor and relays data to the spacecraft. So yeah, that's what I managed to find anyway. Now the rover one I posted before just to compare it, because we've seen the rover images and they stitch a lot together to make 150 megapixel images, panoramic images, right? So I think as it got closer to the asteroid, they must have had lights that turned on the thing to make sure they had the, you know, the quality as it got closer to the asteroid was better illuminated, and they must have had spotlights, right? Just to run it dry before the impact. They probably had it all sorted out, you know. Else they wouldn't see it, I don't think. So yeah, they must have had spotlights on it. Really, I should open this up on a browser so you can see what I'm reading. DART's mission Draco is a high-resolution camera inspired by the imager of NASA's New Horizon spacecraft. So, Draco! Yeah, they got a Dracula on it. I thought I had some links to all that, though.
Reptilians from the Orion star system.
Okay. So the first Curiosity camera by comparison was 1600 by 1200, which is still pretty good, isn't it? Still better than they said it's a 2 megapixel sensor on it. Still pretty good though. It's better than 1080, and of course it's stereo, so they can drive it around, so they know how far objects are. It's 10 years old, that one. Better than 1080.
That's it. 720p is like 2000.
Perseverance.
What are they doing?
The latest Perseverance rover has several cameras focused on engineering and science tasks. Image size is 5120 by 380/40, so that's almost double what the asteroid impact one is. So, but both were launched in 2021, right? So the same type of technology there, right? They landed, I mean, or launched in 21. So same sort of technology there. That's the rovers is 20 megapixels. Okay. So what is 20? What is it now? I forgot what it was. 25 by. So we can work out the number of megapixels. So let's just Google that. Forgot what I said now, but it was like 2560, so it wasn't it, by 2160 or something like that. So that's what is that? 8 megapixel camera. It's only half the resolution of what the rover's got. I suppose they didn't want to supply up too much good sensor gear on it. But I think there's some other things that make it better in the mirrors and the lens. As I say, it's not always about the sensors. It's always about the camera lens. What makes a good camera lens or sensor? And I think it's always going to be the lens. Larger camera sensors have better image quality. Other influencing factors are the number of megapixels, the design of a camera sensor, and the camera's processor. Larger camera sensors capture images with more light, less noise, more detail, and more of the beautiful background. What's more important, sensor or lens? Here we go. Lens is more important if the sensor is good enough. Good sensor does not necessarily mean more megapixels. More megapixels means more resolution and larger printable image size, provided that the lens is good enough. Many modern SLRs share the same or very similar sensor at very different price points. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? So they're using the same sensor, but some can be a lot different in price. Bigger difference in price. Megapixel, sensor size, or lens. What matters most? So yeah, again, it depends how they designed the camera. right? It still could be better than the rover, even though it's less pixels. The camera, the lens on it could be better. Sensor size. We've got some ads popping up. What's that saying? So what's the conclusion? That's what we're after. There's a lot of reading on that one. Do more megapixels mean better photo? Yes and no. See? So everything matters. For example, a 12 megapixel Nikon D4S full frame camera will do better in low light situations and produce a wider dynamic range than a 35 megapixel Nikon D810. Although it also has a full frame sensor. Likewise, a full frame camera will produce significantly better results than a smartphone. Even if a smartphone has a higher pixel count, the sensor in the smartphone cannot compete with the physical size of 36mm by 24mm full frame camera. So that means the lens is letting more light in to the sensor, right? So you're going to get better quality images. At the point you might be feeling even more confused. You might even be thinking, just tell me how many pixels I need. Unfortunately, the answer isn't the same for every photographer. If you plan on working in the field of photography, you will regularly be printing images. More megapixels will benefit you. For example, photographers who work in advertising or do food or books benefit from higher megapixel cameras. Why? When printing, there is a minimum number of pixels per inch, blah blah blah. Thus, in order to create high quality print images, you want a higher megapixel, but also gives you a bit of a wiggle room for crop images in post-production. Okay, there's another piece on this puzzle. Quality. You have to consider the lens you're working with. It's always the lens, I reckon. Photography is all about painting the light. Lens are the tools you use to bend the light. An image can only contain that amount of detail and light that the lens lets through. Most photographers agree that the quality of the lens is generally more important than the quality of the camera. Put a crappy lens on the best camera in the world and you'll get a crappy image. However, the reverse is not always true. You can still take nice images with a mediocre camera and high quality lens. Faster lenses, better lenses, allow more light into the camera, which is what I said, which can help compensate for smaller photo sites. In other words, if your camera having trouble in low light situation, using a better lens can help improve your image quality. And that's why that security camera I got has got a really big lens on it, but like a regular camera, and it gets really good low light Sony sensor in it, and combine the big opening of the lens and also opticals soon, we can actually start to see some of the stars in the sky without one of those what do you call the night vision ones that's designed and amped up a wee bit more to see the stars, right? Do camera lenses increase megapixels? No, just more light falling on the sensor, that's all. Yeah, so yeah, it's quite a good article, that one, so we might just post that one. See, you sidetracked us, Gabba. I think you're the only one on now. Everyone else gone to bed. Cameras. What matters? Lens or sensor? So you need both, really, isn't it? So, yeah. The more you learn about cameras, the better a sky watcher you'll be, So it's all relative to UFO field. But yeah, most of the brains out there don't care, right? Oh, look. They've done something. They've done something, look. They've put the logo thing on over your face again. After me getting rid of it, they modified the damn thing. And the thing's back again. The damn label's back again, the bastards.
They labeled me. Don't worry, GUFON labels me every day.
Look,
new label.
It goes right over your eyes, so you're gonna have to change your name to a dot or something. What a stupid thing.
Stupid program.
Yeah, it's a wee bit of effort that, because I have to use like a little HTML hack tool to get rid of the label. But anyway, they keep me busy.
If I go like this.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, my alien's in the way though. I'm not sure how much wriggle room we got. Oh, that's all right. Is it? Oh no, still going over your eyes. This, yeah, you got it going that way. Yeah, that's the one. I'll just put them up in the corner there. And I've got to wait till it goes down. Yeah, it's above your head now. You can just be peering over.
Lurking.
Yeah,
I'm lurking,
I knew.
the window.
Yeah, I knew something was going on today. That something had changed. It's quite difficult to do it by yourself too, because you have to use a fake account to log into your room at the same time that you're hosting it to be able to see where the label goes. So then you can click on it. But anyway, carry on with Secureteam here.
Right up until the moment of impact, in turn destroying NASA's probe in the process. But that was the whole point. And that was a really fun stream to watch, and just to see the camera cut out right as the probe was completely obliterated on impact. And so fast forward, NASA slams this probe into the smaller...
Oh yeah, so we can see this illuminated here, but is that the thing with spotlights that's hitting that? Or is it the sun coming on an angle? See, I don't know. It could be a bit of both.
Of the two asteroids, Dimorphos, and scientists were fascinated to see, albeit briefly, the different shapes of the two asteroids.
Now, I don't think it was streamed in that quality as we're seeing it here, was it? I don't think it was, but I didn't actually watch it live. But you can see here, that almost looks like a square building up here, but it's obviously it's due to the limitation of the sensor, right? See that there? Kind of looks like a square building on the edge. But you can see it's made up of all these little rocks that are sort of stuck together with ice. And all that breaks off and becomes meteorites, right? Or meteoroids, I mean. And then as it enters Earth and lands on the ground, and they become meteorites. But yeah, it's not too bad of an image. It's a wee bit out of focus. But then, where is the focus point? Is the question. Doesn't look like it's on the asteroid, does it? See, that looks like a strange rock there. That kind of looks like a rabbit with ears there. Look, that one there. See, that looks like a little toy rabbit with ears and arms. Actually, it looks like an alien too. It is. It looks like an alien grey standing there. Look, I'll just zoom into it. See that there? Looks like it's got two black eyes. Do you see it? It's got a little skinny body.
I got about 5,000 photos of the moon with like alien-looking rocks.
Yeah, but you see what I mean.
Maybe I should upload them. Maybe I should send them to Tyler. He could do a video expose.
See, it's got an arm going off this way and arm going off this way, and it looks like an alien head there with the black eyes.
It looks funny. It's interesting, but it's just pareidolia, shadows and lighting.
So how minds work or whatever, but yeah. So where's the UFOs? We're seeing the alien on the asteroid.
The makeup of the surface, and of course the real reason of the DART mission was to see if we could potentially move a space rock a little bit off of its path if it were to be heading straight for Earth. And so today we have some new...
Yeah, but wouldn't you load up the the crash thing with the most heaviest thing you got. Yeah, the label's over your eyes again. You've been censored, Gabba, by a stupid gypsy.
Gypsy.
Jitsi, they must have updated it since we last used it, because I don't think it was there before, was it? The label. You know, stupid label. They haven't designed it to shrink it right down, you see. It really annoys me when they change things, when it's all nicely
information
written.
and imagery, some of which is headline news and other footage that you may only see on this channel for the first time. That, in my opinion, is definitely mysterious, to say the least. So first, let's go with the mainstream headline, which is a view of this 10,000 kilometer long tail that has been left streaming off of the asteroid after the probe impacted. And so we'll cycle through some of these different images here, but in a nutshell, a telescope in Chile captured the remarkable images of this comet-like plume spreading behind the giant rock. The probe was just crashed last week to test whether asteroids that might be a threat to Earth could be nudged out of the way just a little
So we're
bit.
seeing some of those
as of right
already.
now, scientists are working to establish whether that test was a success and was the trajectory of the asteroid altered, even just a little bit. These extraordinary images were taken just 2 days after the collision.
So that's probably from the Hubble and James Webb, right? So you can see, obviously, when it crashed in there, caused some of those loose rocks on the surface to, or the dust to blow off that direction, right?
11 million kilometers away from us here on Earth, by a couple of astronomers in Chile who were able to capture this vast trail of many different
Okay, so he's saying it's legit, so it must have been another image I saw
colors
then.
using the Southern Atmospherical Research Telescope, or SOAR. Now, this tail coming off of this asteroid stretches more than 10,000 kilometers, or 6,200 miles through space. This asteroid
David
It's like,
Attenborough
yeah, it sounds like he's a news channel now, doesn't he? Right?
thinks he's the space cadet David Attenborough.
Yeah. So really, if I was going to look for my news on this, I'd be going to like the Jet Science site, right? So obviously he's dug up all these from various sites and found emanations that he could use.
is pissed, to say the least, and it's definitely showing in space and in these space images. So now to the other news that maybe you didn't hear about in the headline.
No, and I did a search for it, so I'm not sure where you got that news from, but we'll just carry on.
And that has been making the rounds in the underground research community, wherein which
Underground, so that's got to be on Reddit, I think. Gets a lot of his stuff from Reddit.
as the DART
Reddit's
probe
not
was
underground.
approaching
Yeah, if you're going to change your name, put underscores in and put a G at the end or something, called Gabber at the end, and that'll push it along.
It'll still
centralize it, will it? I don't know. If you put underscores in, it'll push it that way to the right. Anyway, just carry on.
dimorphous to impact it, and it's flying past the larger asteroid. As we reviewed and went through the footage, it appears, and you guys can judge for yourselves as I...
Okay, so let's judge for ourselves, guys. What are we looking at here? So we can see there's a lot of debris that come off, but is this debris? And to me, it looks like that's all horizontal, is it? Is it on an angle? Is it just like a square shape? Square shape? Or rectangle shape, I should say. Could be rectangle. And what's that other one? He's got it off the edge.
I always say, but as this refrigerator-sized probe
Okay, so it's moved slightly down, has it? See how it's always level? Which tells me that's a camera artifact from noise, rather than debris, right? So it's the two things it could be. I wouldn't say it was an alien craft by any means.
impacts dimorphous, there appears to be a shadow or an actual object many are saying could be of an alien nature.
So I reckon that's just random noise because it's making the same direction blocks, right?
But Tyler
No.
said it could be of an alien nature.
Yeah, but have you ever seen your digital TV corrupt images, and you get these random color blocks missing? Yeah, I didn't say type up your full name there. I said just put a load of underscores and push it that way.
I did. It just made the square bigger.
Really? The bees. So yeah, I think this is just noise from the transmission, right? Where it's lost some information. It's lost a frame of information where there's some movement, right? Shadow play like this here. And you can see it's kind of, it's sort of lined up with where the pixels are, right? See that there? You can start to see the pixels on his image there. Goes right across to where it is. It seems to line up with the pixel layer. I think it's just noise artifact, right? Probably could find some examples, but it's very hard. People don't like putting up videos that are corrupted, obviously. Let's see, blocks, black, noise on transmission, maybe, or something like that. Got to use the right keywords, I suppose. Noise, transmission of digital TV. Let's see if we can get something. What is noise reduction? I wish I could see a bit better today. So we got some pictures of how they reduce the noise, but we want examples on noise. Without MIG-PIC noise reduction, improve MPIC noise without reducing the picture. Okay, we can't quite see that one. What's some easy to see examples? Oh, there we go. There's noise on the TV, right? See what I mean? That you get these little black rectangle blocks. So it still happens with a digital transmission, of course. And they can just sort of go downwards, be there, then there, then there, then further down. But it would be good to see a video, I guess, of it. There's probably something out there, but as you can see, it's really hard to find. Just try noise, maybe. Oh, what's happened? Oh God, what have I done? I hate that. I must have clicked something. Yeah, delete on the number pad. There we go. Oh, right, here we go. Some better examples. So there's noise. You've seen that before. But have we got one of a picture? Now you've seen that. That's really bad corruption. That looks like a test pattern. It's gone really, really wrong. But you can see you get the little black blocks. Have we got one that's better than that though? That looks like a person's face there, is it? Wearing glasses, I think. So that's what can really go wrong if it's really corrupted. BBC test mark there, is it? Of course, it's more colour there. And you get that one there. Losing the colour information. But I think it's something like that. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. But again, it would be good to see emanation of it. See how the block... You could mark a block and see how the block goes. Anyway, moving on. So, UFO, no.
Passing by in view of the probe.
See what I mean? It went from there, and then it was up there, and you can see it's not changed the direction. It is always horizontal, so it's got to be noise.
Camera. So you're seeing that here. This comes straight from the live footage as the craft approached, and in this feed, it shows what appears to be a dark object changing direction several times before finally vanishing, and it happens very quickly. And many are already speculating that this could have been an alien satellite or probe of some sort. Or to be on a more skeptical side, could this have just been random space debris? Well, you guys tell me. I mean,
I
to
don't
me,
think it is, because it's
definitely
always
is an
going in the same
object. That's
direction.
without a doubt. It's either an object or a shadow of an object. And from the way that the probe is moving and the sun's direction and the way it's casting down onto Dimorphos, if this were a shadow, in my opinion, there's no way it's the shadow of the probe itself, because it seems...
He's always, what do you call the word? Always trying to get conspiracy out of something. What's the word I'm looking for? Grifting. I don't know. He's always trying so hard to paint a story that as a shadow. Does that even look like a shadow, guys? I think it's the same color as the image processing, right? And you can see he's always showing various ones which is always going in the same direction, right? And we don't see it there. So where's the alien satellite or probe now, or UFO or whatever? So I just wanted to say hello to the guys on the side. 18 Wells, thank you for joining us. One Life Man. He's reaching is the word I was looking for. I thought Gavin was going to help us out there.
Hi, mate.
Sometimes I just don't get the word I'm after. But yeah, he's really reaching here of that being a shadow or alien UFO soon past the Meteor asteroid.
Desperation.
Yeah. So let's just keep on going with it.
You can't shield too many CGI fake videos anymore because everyone's onto it. So he's like, I have to shield. I have to be David Attenborough in space.
Yeah, he's becoming he's like a news reader. He's trying to be some credibility here, but all the information he's putting together from different sources, right? And obviously he's pulled something from Reddit, which is not obviously. Google. Yeah, if he can find the post that he got it from, because I don't think he's got the links added. Normally he doesn't add them, does he? Because we can debunk it a lot easier then if he does that. See that there? He's got none of the sources listed. Of
course, he's got to hide information, so it can't be proven that what he's saying is BS.
So if I was seeing that and I thought it was a UFO, I'd break it down and say, well, it can't be general MPEG compression noise, transmission noise, because this is what this looks like and this is totally different. So I would do side-by-side comparisons. You know me, I would follow the facts and say, well, it can't be that, and it can't be this, and it can't be that, so it only leaves the option that it's got to be something foreign, like a UFO. But he starts off, it's got to be a alien or shadow, or a craft cast in a shadow and all that, but he hasn't got any proof. It's just his a lying opinion, you know.
Every cloud in the sky is a shadow. Every star that sparkles differently or different colors is a shadow. There's no research or analysis done. He does no analysis at all, or compares it to anything, or he just like.
Oh yeah, so I'm not sure.
He does it very craftily. He does it very.
I don't think we can find out.
Maybe it's a drone, maybe it's a satellite, but I really think it's a UFO, guys. It's amazing. I really think it's amazing. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, let's try UAP seen on a DART mission. Let's see what comes up. And as you know, Google is probably not the best source for that. And you can see it's always scientific papers that come first and newspapers, right? It's all credible sources first, or well, what I call lying mainstream. But you know, some of the stuff they present is obviously from scientists. Being traveled by 6,000 miles of debris. Okay, so there's the thing about the towel. So it's 6,000 miles. That's pretty long, isn't it? Have we got some pictures on that one? That's from News Sky. It's probably a video broadcast, is it? Cookies again. How do we get rid of that? Alright, here we go. Let's see, has it got the same picture? Here we go. So that's obviously verified then. So that's 6,000 miles long. So you can see that asteroid is obviously going to get smaller, but how long will that asteroid be around? That was my original question, right? So if it's burning that much off every year, 6,000 miles plus, it's obviously still going. Then how much does that reduce in size? Like 1 inch or 1 centimeter? You know, you see what I mean? So yeah, so that's the same image, but still nothing about UFO. I haven't seen any other references. What will be visible? Nothing about UFOs there. Page 3. Here we go. UFO disclosure news could be on there on a Facebook post. That's the first one that's come up. And I probably haven't got access to it. So yeah, I'm not sure what's there because it's been hidden. In the past, you used to be able to read some of the public posts, right? But you can't do that anymore. Okay, let's just try UFO. Maybe that'll come up better. I don't know if any of you guys have heard anything about UFO. UFO is what we're looking for. My recent UFO sighting. So let's put UFO in capitals and quotes, maybe. Not that it should really matter. So that means it has to have UFO in the description. Okay, so these ones should have UFO in it. UFO secrets revealed. UFO task force. So obviously these are other headlines on that YouTube page. Inside America's UFO investigations. UFO. Yeah, these all look like subheadings, don't they? The object isn't a UFO. It's Jupiter. So what are they talking about there? What image are they talking about?
Hey, Paul.
Hey?
If you were taking a photo at 1/1000th of a second, would an insect or a bug appear like a long line? Streak?
Yeah, that's another thing. It didn't seem to have any motion blur, some of it, right? It looked like just a missing block of data if you go back and look again. Let's just go back again. Let's go on to the next story. Alright, it's focused on this here. Again, that's going to be some bright object, right? Like a piece of rock. And we're looking at... But looks like some of your images, Gab. We're getting down to pixel level there, I think.
Looking at it?
Yeah, and it kind of looks like it's got rectangle shape to it. I think that one has...
Is this the DART asteroid?
Yeah, this is a DART asteroid on the surface.
Yeah, but the resolution is so bad that like it would make a lot of things look like squares.
Yeah. You can see there's a bright bit of rock on the rim there.
That rock over there looks like a square because of the pixelation.
Yeah, you can see the pixelation.
Camera.
You can see the lines of the boulders, right? They seem to almost square off because of the pixels. See, that looks like square boulders.
If that was a 4K photo, you would see the rounded bits of the rocks.
Anyway, we skimmed past that. We was looking for this one. So if you look at that one there, although we'd have to see the original images that someone's got, right? Did they capture off their screen? Because it does look pretty. It looks a bit worse than the NASA images to me. Was that captured of a LCD screen playing on a screen? And that would explain why it looks less sharp. So we don't know how these images were captured. I was hoping to find a searchable link on it, and there is none. And but because it's always going this direction, and then later on
direction
down,
and there's no mention of a shadow of the probe whatsoever, and then that leads us to the only other option, which is that this is not a shadow at all and is an actual
okay, so it's there.
It's not a shadow at all.
Solid.
So it started there, and then it moved up a few lines. It's still. So we didn't actually see it go on an angle or gain size or anything. It's constant size. A square rectangle block there, then there.
Object.
And where's it disappeared now? Can't see it at all.
Passing by.
Now it's gone down here, I reckons. Yeah, where is it, Tyler?
Look how blurry the asteroid is. You can't tell what that is.
No, but you can see the pixels, can't you? But I'm saying, was it recorded also of a TV screen, which is often what these frauds do, right?
Erratic.
And there's that block again. So it could be noise from the actual transmission if they're recording off this TV screen and it's not actually being transmitted by NASA even. Maybe that's why no one else has picked it up, right? So it's probably some broadcast errors. Maybe because they're getting it from satellite dish or something and they're recording the screen of the TV. And can we see any other shadows there?
Space, the signal would get space radiation and stuff. They wouldn't get a pure, clean signal, you know?
Yeah, as well, but I was hoping for any indication that maybe there's a reflection on the blackness here of the LCD monitor that they're recording off.
And could potentially be an intelligent.
Yeah, it's hard to know. It's pretty bad quality though. But even that one there, look, it's got a similar dot. See that? And that's the comet that crashes into there, right? So if that one's got it, then it's going to be throughout the footage, right? So it's going to be these little rectangle dots always going in the same direction. Because aliens only know how to go horizontal. What a load of garbage it is, really, isn't it?
Intelligently controlled alien vehicle of some sort that is...
But that's clearly pixel level, because it looks like it's like a dark... That one's still there, isn't it? Oh no, maybe it's gone. Oh no, it's still... It looks like it's further up now, is it? See, that looks like it's actually on the asteroid and just not... it's down to pixel level. It's just a dark shadow play. So that maybe that one's not noise, you see.
Monitoring this NASA probe as it impacts, just like we've seen in so many other NASA missions. So tell me what you think about this mystery object seen darting.
Mystery objects.
David Attenborough.
Yeah. Mystery. Let's see if we can find that one. Mystery object. I can't see what I'm doing, sorry. object. Seen DART asteroid. White. So people obviously going to see that one because that one's clear as day, right? Let's see if that comes up. Images. That's impact. Epic lust images. I suppose we got to have a look at images, see if we get it that way. Not news. Images I want. Yeah, so looks like it might be there, is it? Certainly a lot of white rocks there, isn't there? Look, that one even looks like a square block up that one there. Because of the light exposure. And it's like 4 pixels or something. You can see a lot of white pixels on that one. But where does he get the image from? Can't see it coming up. Mystery solved. No. That's it, is it? Is that the one? Impacts moon. That one looks like it's got some long exposure. Yeah, so where is this mystery object? It's certainly not being focused on. So, yeah, is it that one? So we don't know how big it is, you see. Could be 2 inches, 2 feet. Okay, so yeah, maybe we've got to try a different search then. White cube maybe, because that's what it looks like. White cube. See if that comes up. DART mission. Yeah, I'm not sure who's focusing on that bit then. It's probably on Twitter. What's that there? There's a white bit sticking out the edge of it. That's another rock on the surface, isn't it? Yeah. And look, you can see a rock there. Looks like all these are just hanging on the surface, ready to break off, right? Could that be the right object there? At very low pixel rate. Looks like something really white there, doesn't it? But yeah, I'll zoom right out. Can't see any similar images so far. Oh yeah, let's try Twitter search, see if we can find it. Sneaky, isn't it, that he doesn't provide us links. Because he knows out there channel is going to debunk it, you know. Search DART. UFO maybe? Maybe we'll find it here. Because it's bound to be, isn't it? UFO DART mission. Try that. Okay, Nick Pope, yeah. He would be talking about it. But no. UFO World News. What's that? First ever article. No UFOs are coming up though. So where's all the UFOs, guys? This could be it, is it? Reveals 3 mystery structures. Okay, maybe we should have called it structure then. What they say into it? Necessarily hurled object. Someone's having fun. What is it meant to be? A lizard or something? It's Photoshop, is it? Damn. So it looks like someone's trying to advertise. It looks like it's the same thing, isn't it? Looks like down there. So mystery object we should have searched on. Mystery structure, I mean.
Oh, you gotta see this, Paul. You gotta see this one.
In a minute.
It's a funny 1 minute clip. Funny 1 minute clips on GUFON someone done. I just posted it in chat. You gotta see it when you got time. It's so funny.
Oh right. You don't want to show it on the air then. Yeah, so that one didn't come up with lots of pictures there, did it? So even Twitter was a foul. Apart from one that's trying to advertise a YouTube video. One more. Structure. DART. Did I have the highlighter turned off? I've got to be careful of that. How's it going, guys? 18 lows. Yeah, that's all working. Okay. Is it here? Still not seeing anything there. Ah, right. We know where you got that one from. What's that website? ESA. There you go. You got it from another organisation with NASA there. So where's the structure? 3D rendering. Is that the one? What we learned. Don't look like it. Looks like we might forget about it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a white rock with limitation of video compression and shadow play. I would like to see some other scientist's view on it, though. We could bring it up on the screen if we could find. Just so it verifies what I'm saying. Is that the thing there? Looks kind of square block again, doesn't it? Let's just zoom into that one. Nope, it's not going to let me. Still looks like a boulder, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure who's posting that about and where Tyler got it from, but someone obviously sent in. It's probably on Reddit, I would say. So yeah, sure I did come across it at one stage. That photo. DART mission. What else can we try? Pixels, artifacts maybe. Artifacts. Yeah, no. Well, that one looks like an artifact. Oh no, it's written. Look like a line of whiteness going across. Oh, here we go. Is that the one? Well, it's very similar, isn't it? Vesta meteorites discovered on Asteroid. So what's Vesta meteorites? Is that the ones that are really shiny metal? So we're going to have to find out. So that might be get closer to the truth. It's overexposing the sensor, so it looks like blocks, right? So what are they? So much to learn. Okay. Vesta is the second largest asteroid in the solar system, with a diameter of 525 kilometers. So what they're saying, there's fragments from the other comet on this asteroid. What was it trying to say? Meteorites. So obviously they're broken off, right, and crash landed because they're ites. They've crash landed. It means they're now ites. So they've broken off another asteroid and crashed into another DART asteroid, whatever that name was called. What is DART's asteroid called? Dimphus, was it? It has a strange name, DY something, wasn't it? What's it say there? During 29, it can't be that one then. NASA's Osiris Rex spacecraft captured these images, which shows fragments of asteroid Vesta present on asteroid Bennu. So that's another asteroid. So how did that happen? Must be roughly not too far away from each other, right? And that crashed into other debris. But yeah, look, that's fairly good image quality, isn't it? They must have got pretty close to that one. Now we can actually see the actual pebbles within the other meteorite that crashed onto it. So why can't we get that quality from this particular mission? Maybe it's not the same high-res sensor. So how did they do that one? What kind of camera did they use in that one? There's a big write-up on it. I'll just post it so people can read it. But yeah, we don't actually find what we're after. Debris from 2 asteroids. Or whatever. Oh well, look, we have to give up on that real-time research. Looks like we're not going to have any luck. Unless what I could do is take a screen grab of that and then do a reverse image search. Then we might be able to nail it. Do we need to bother though? That's a good question.
Nah.
Now we've changed tabs, damn thing. You don't want to. Well, it'll be good to see what other scientists had to say about it, but I think it's just what I said it was. Should we bother with it? No, I don't think we should actually. You're probably right. Let's just get on with the other more interesting stuff.
Past the DART probe.
Tyler. I tell you, new story. So filmed the wrong way, of course, which I really hate.
What should they be filming with the mobile phone sideways?
This even hit the mainstream.
Yeah, and maybe
Why is
step
that?
back. Because you get the full screen then.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Portrait is what's considered one eye. It's like you sort of looking. You close one eye and look. That's why it's really hard to keep something in the sky in frame. It's better to go landscape because then you got more. You got 2 eyes to keep it in frame.
I always put my phone. I always put my phone to the side because it's got all the buttons like where it should be.
Yeah, but if you're filming this way, the only time to film it that way, if you want to get a long building in the scene.
Yeah.
If you can't go back far enough to get it in landscape, inside the landscape viewpoint, then you have to film it portrait. That's the only time that I can think you'd want that, or if you want to get a reference point of people below with the object. But then what you do is you film it in portrait and then you rotate your camera around and then zoom into the object on landscape, right? So you could do both. I do that sometimes. So I'm just trying to see down here what these people are looking at exactly. Because last time it was staged, right? And they're looking in the wrong, pointing in the wrong direction and all that. So it looks like they're pointing over this way. So they're pointing over this way.
They're not even pointing at the object.
And that guy's not even paying attention. Look, they're fighting or something.
Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's. It's a.
This even hit the mainstream news recently, and so according to the report here...
Did it?
Yeah.
I think it only
No one's looking at it.
Yeah, no one's looking in the mainstream news.
No one's looking at it.
What it featured in was in the Sun rag, is what he means.
School kids were heard screaming as a UFO
Okay, so screaming. So let's just...
looming
So they're not even pointing at it.
overhead vanished at lightning speed
There you go.
in this hair-raising new...
Is it the sun? I think I posted it last night. I think it was the Sun paper on
footage.
it.
The spectacle unfolded as hundreds
They probably paid $250 for this video. Oh yeah, we'll publish this.
Missouri. So that's in... There you go, the Sun. Is it a UK or US one? The Sun US.
The US.
They're in the
US
US
Sun.
now. So they're the same as the UK Sun, so they're going to be equally as bad, right?
gathered for a football game at the North Point.
Okay, so there's one person looking up, 2 people, 3 people looking up, which could be staged, of course. The other people are not even paying attention, they're looking all over the place.
High school in Wentzville, Missouri. The footage was then quickly uploaded to Facebook, where...
Okay, so we're going to have to work out what that is in the sky, guys.
During this football game, hundreds were alerted to something strange in the sky.
Almost looks like a rocket launch contrail, or at least some clouds there with some light on it.
Where
Anyway.
murmurs then began amongst the crowd, and Cora Gregory
You can see there's a lot of cloud cover there.
started filming and captured what happened next. She said, quote, "I came to notice it when I heard a few people saying things like, 'What is that?' and 'Do you see that?' A friend of mine I was with kept telling me..."
I don't think it's a SpaceX rocket launch though, is it? Could be. Missouri.
"It's probably just a laser," and at first I thought maybe it was, but that quickly changed.
But then it wouldn't disappear like that, would it? If it's rocket launch, so that sort of rules it out. So is it CGI?
Changed to, "Oh my god, that's not normal," and I came to the conclusion
Could it be a CGI of a rocket launch, SpaceX that they've
that
added
it was
on?
not a natural object.
See how it zoomed off? Or did it? So we know what can cause the effect of it looking like it's zooming off. Because I think it was stationary and just sort of faded away, didn't it? We might have to play that back in slow motion to see it. But a kite tail, illuminated kite tail, they can turn off the LED so you can then see it when it's on, and turn it off, and they can make it look like it scrolls upwards or downwards with the lights, and so it looks like it's zoomed off. So it could be a kite tail, a LED kite tail, maybe on a drone even, and they can attach them on drones and just fly the kite tail along and illuminate it and then switch it off remotely.
And so I'll put a link to this down below.
So you're not even paying
But
attention.
we will analyze the footage here, and I'll put some filters over it.
Okay, so he's going to add filters which could change it.
The
then.
fact that it's a mass sighting, and you have all of
It's
these
terrible.
different high schoolers watching it.
See, it almost looks like it turned off. So it could be a kite
You know,
tail.
there's got to be other footage of it, and I don't know of any rocket launches that occurred over Missouri
Yeah, but the rocket launch wouldn't disappear like that.
recently.
Unless a big cloud cover that we're not seeing suddenly rolls instantly over it.
And by listening
But there is a cloud cover coming. Look, see that mist?
to the clip, you would think
I suppose it could be the cloud that's got in the way, isn't it? Also, it's just not using filters to highlight the cloud
that
coming
the
in.
world was coming to an end, or
See See that?
Or there was an alien invasion. You know, we're talking War of the
Although it doesn't look like it's too thick
Worlds
of a
type
cloud.
stuff.
If it is.
And as we zoom in here, whatever this thing is, it indeed.
Has it got any colour on it? Yeah, it's got some colour on it, isn't it? Red and blue.
Suddenly looks to blast
See that? You got rolling shutter there, everything, I think.
off at,
I think that's because of
you
Google.
know, near
No.
light speed,
Camera's
to where it
moving all the
looks
time.
like
She's not
you're
holding the
flipping a
camera
switch.
still.
What's happened there? See, is that a cloud? That's
And it
blocked
just
off?
vanishes, but it does appear to blast off to, you know, the left
I'm just trying to keep it in frame here and see what happens.
from the way I see it at least, and we'll slow it down here. And, you know, originally when I first
See, they're moving it up and down slightly, aren't they?
saw it, I thought that could be a reflection on the camera.
Yeah, it seemed almost looked like it sort of darted off there, though, didn't it? But that could be done with a drone with some LEDs, like a kite tail. So still leaning that way.
And as they move the phone, the reflection with it is
But could it be also something else happening on, like changing the angle of the camera lens on the smartphone?
quickly lost. But the fact that we have hundreds of school kids here going nuts watching this thing, you know, unless this is a massive hoax or a joke, then it's some pretty crazy footage. And here is a
They're at a football game. How come nobody else at the football game saw it? Just these kids.
Yeah, why is there only one recording of it? Why haven't they all got their phones out aimed at the sky, right?
still image shot, which is a contrast in.
Okay, so we did see some red and some blue, and I'm not sure. Yeah, he's obviously mucked around with the contrast to amplify it out. See, to me, that kind of looks like LED light to me. And it could easily be a kite tail connected to a kite, or even a
Is
drone.
it blue and red?
And then you can just switch it off or just zoom off the drone that way. But you can see there's definitely cloud cover here. Now he's put some filter changes on it.
Enhanced and color corrected. Anybody near this town in Missouri
Color corrected. What do we know about color correction?
see this thing or have any more information, please do send me an email. And if you have footage as well, any UFO footage, my
So could it be a drone that's shining a light this way, and it sort of looks like it's sort of expanding? So it could even be something like that, could it? But would it zoom off? Look like it's zooming off. So I can only think of how to do that with LED lights on a tail that's sort of drifting this way. Maybe a little breeze that's sort of pushing it out this way. But I can't remember there was a train that had a laser beam going up. But that was a bright blue one in UK. I don't think... Could it be spotlights? And they just changed the angle of the spotlight from hitting the cloud and it went this way. But why would it explain the triangle? What are these guys saying on the side? Let's catch up. Looks like a plane. Could it be? That seemed to zoom off too fast though.
What did it
Left
hover for?
side.
It like hovered and then took off. Maybe it's a VTOL.
It could be a helicopter though, couldn't it? Because we got no date
Those
and time
F-35
stamps.
Raptors, those F-35, F-36 Raptors, they're VTOL. They can hover.
Could be like a helicopter with a spotlight shining at
Could be a heli too.
something, shining at something in the sky maybe, and it turned off the beam and it went this. Looked like it went this way. I
If
don't
the
know.
spotlight was at the front, it would be a huge beam. Unless it didn't have a spotlight, it just had like, warning lights at the front, and that's the light on the tail.
Yeah, it could be a plane, you know. That could be, but I didn't see blinking though. So we do know we get red and green on the wingtips, but I don't think
Sometimes the plane lights are white. They're not even red and green. They'll just be all white strobes.
Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't think it's a plane. But airplane strobe light going off at the same time. Taking light illumination. It's definitely cloud cover there. Fogginess. Yeah, hell. If I was spotlight, I think it'd be grainy. Looks like man-made lights though, doesn't it? We're not seeing
like left tail wing illuminated.
Can't see anything in there though, and it's at pixel level, which is another problem with doing it that way in portrait. Of course, we've got to allow for smartphone errors, right? Long exposure. Maybe we have to play it back again and put our own filters on it.
Comments down below. And so, lastly today, guys, the conclusion that it...
I'm not sure if it's going to help, but let's have a quick look. Not that one. Okay, now we can see the fog or cloud. That's sort of illuminated it a bit, isn't it? You can invert it. Yeah, let's just have a look.
It was not a natural object. And so I'll put a link to this down below, but we will analyze the footage here, and I'll put some filters over it.
Yeah, we're going to go back a bit then. We want it natural, because his filters are useless.
Hundreds were alerted to something strange in the sky, where murmurs then began amongst the crowd, and Cora Gregory started filming and captured what happened next. She said, quote, "I came to notice it when I heard a few people saying things like, 'What is that?'"
Okay, so that means there's got to be like a high mask light here, and as she's angling the phone, it's illuminating, reflecting off the screen. I don't think that's weather. I think it's just
that, and do you see that?
I think it's just light apparitions on the lens, right?
A friend of mine,
look like a spotlight over here.
And I was...
See, that's another thing. Look, it looks like a high mask light here. So, could it be a camera artifact even?
kept telling me it's probably just a laser, and at first I thought maybe it was.
Because if you angle the phone, it's going to zip off, right?
But that quickly changed to...
See how it disappeared there?
Oh my god, that's not normal. And I came to the conclusion that it was not a natural object.
And then it zoomed off there.
And so...
I think it could be camera play there, couldn't it? Let's reduce some of it again. It's a bit tricky to get the right.
So I'll put a link to this down below, but we will analyze the as it impacts just...
Hang on, he didn't put any links below, did he? Unless he's got it in the pinned comment. Don't tell me he's got a pinned comment with all the information. No pinned comment there. He's a liar. Where's all the information to the article? Nothing there. Instagram, new. There's nothing there, is it? No pinned comment. No. He's getting sloppy. Slippy man. Oh yeah, let's just carry on again.
This even hit the mainstream news recently, and so according to the report here, school kids were heard screaming as a UFO looming overhead vanished at lightning speed in this hair-raising new footage. The spectacle unfolded as hundreds gathered for a football game at the North Point High School in Wentzville, Missouri. The footage was then quickly uploaded.
Okay, it's low in the horizon, which is definitely where you'd see a plane at 30,000 feet, right?
To Facebook, where during this football game, hundreds were alerted to something strange in the sky, where murmurs then began amongst the crowd, and Cora Gregory started.
See how it's sort of simmed off there? There's several ways you could do that. You could have a camera next to you, a light source next to you, that someone's shining at your camera to create an artificial image and then rotate it. Then it zooms off this way, right? I reckon it's a camera artifact and it's done, someone's hoaxing it. But how would they do that? They would, someone's got a handheld torch or something, you know, next to the camera over this way, aim towards the person in this direction, but it's causing a lens flare of red and blue, maybe because the light they're using has those colours in it. Yeah, so I reckon that's what's happening. I reckon it's a trick. Because we can see how they're moving the camera by the light source up here. And obviously there's a high mask light here. And what we're thinking was cloud is actually light bleed.
Started filming and captured what happened next. She said, quote, "I came to notice it when I heard a few people saying things like, 'What is that?' and 'Do you see that?' A friend of mine I was with kept telling me it's probably just a laser, and at first I thought..."
So it could be someone with a laser type torch over here aimed towards them. The camera's picking it up as a lens flare.
Maybe it was, but that quickly changed.
See, it has to be, doesn't it? There's no way that's zoomed off like that being a plane. It's got to be some sort of trick with another light source and using it like a reflection. And you can just see the high mask light here now. So yeah, I'm just going to stick with that then. Hoaxed. We'll probably maybe find out more information later about it, huh?
To, "Oh my god, that's not normal," and I came to the conclusion that it was not a natural object. And so I'll put a link to this down below, but
oh my god, that's not normal.
We will.
I was just hoping to see if, oh look, we got a line of light coming up here. See that there? It's got to be another light source.
The conclusion that it was not.
Yeah, right, we got a light source here.
A natural object.
Yeah, someone standing next to it is flicking the light. Because the camera movement's not the problem.
What is that? And do you see that? A friend of mine I was with kept telling me it's probably just a laser, and at first I thought maybe it was.
If someone is aiming a laser this direction off the screen here, and then they moved it, it could explain it though, couldn't it? But a laser beam being like a triangular shape seems to almost be like a lens flare. Remember, always like triangle shapes. They're showing it. If they got a laser, it's pointing towards them, and it's not actually in the sky. And I think these people were staging it. Lens flare shape. Cone shape, I should say. Cone shape. lens flare. How are we going for time? I spent ages on this. I was going to get onto the stone stuff. Right, probably got lots of time, but 4 o'clock, well, not really much time. Alright, so if we look at these lens flares, let's see if I can get one up. Does it look like the same as in the video? Alright, so here's an example lens flare. And all those is because it's reflecting off the back of all the different lenses inside a camera. I have 4 or 5 or 6 or more. But there's no cone shaped ones there. That one's sort of a cone shape. Just trying to find one that's sort of a match. There's streaks. I want the
flares
cone
usually
shape.
bubbles or light or hexagonal light or streaks.
Well, if you look at this, if you have multiple lenses inside, right, some of the light reflects off the glass inside the camera, back on the back of this one here, and it creates a false image. I've talked about it millions of times before. And you have multiple lenses, and each of them are going to reflect some of the light falling onto the glass back onto the front lens, right? And that's why you get these multiple circle lens flares on a bright light. But I was just trying to find the right one. Example, I mean, it's not always possible, but you do get the triangular shape, cone shapes. That one's sort of trying to do it. What we're not, there's a page of examples. Has that one got it? That one's sort of close to getting it. That one maybe have it. Let's see. That one's a really long one. Okay, so there's some. You can see how it sort of goes thick to thin, and then it goes thin to thick. So there's one there. There's a typical lens flare there. Kind of looks like a UFO with a triangle beam. See that there in the corner? That very end one, the final one here. So that's what they're filming on camera, I think, with a laser pointer that's got a mix of green and red colours in it. So unfortunately I can't get my mouse cursor to point out to it, but there, this one here, you can see it's spreading out just like in that photograph, in that video. Here's some other ones. Yeah, I still think it's lens flare. But anyway, man-made, I'd say. Not alien technology. Let's just move on a bit. Keep it going.
But that quickly changed to, oh my god, that's not normal. And I came to the conclusion that it was not a natural object. And so I'll put a link to this down below, but we will analyze.
See, why was that guy... See, the people's behavior is really a bit suspicious.
I was with kept telling me it's probably just a laser, and at first I thought maybe it was.
So there's a lot of light source here.
But that quickly changed to, oh my god, that's
Oh my
not
God.
normal. And I came to the conclusion that it was not a natural
Okay.
To a grifting conclusion.
Does it look like someone's got something in their hand there?
object.
Looks like someone was waving something in their hand there. Just
I
unfortunately,
was
it's
with kept
just not in shots, is it? See, there's a lot of backlight there. See that? The house is really illuminated here.
telling
Then they zoom in, unfortunately, or he does. I don't
me
know.
it's probably just a laser, and at first I thought maybe it was.
Okay, so what's going on there? So there's a high mast light there. We can see it there. Being in a football stadium, you get lots of high mast lights.
But that quickly changed to, oh my god.
So there's
Oh
a frame,
my god.
There's a frame where they're jumping. Let's slow it down. So it really annoys me until I can really pin it. 0.25, mute it. See, he doesn't do any analysis like we do, you know. So it's tedious. This is what you do normally offline, and then you just put the final edit together, saying this is, look at this here, the person's holding up something. It's gone already. Would be good to be able to reproduce it. Okay. Are they holding up phones there? Does it look like they're holding up phones? So there might be more than one recording of it. That way we could just eliminate it as lens flare. Oh no, it looks like it's is that their hands going up, pointing? I don't see any other smartphones. So that guy doesn't look like he's looking up in the sky anymore. Those ones in the corner, they're definitely not looking up, are they? They're looking downwards. That guy is pointing, no phone in the hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. I only see 4 people looking. It's staged, I think. And I don't think there was any people saying, look, UFO. I don't hear anyone say UFO. Okay, there's a girl with long ponytail there. That guy's definitely not looking. He's looking in the opposite direction, going this way. Do they even look like they're looking at that? They don't seem interested. Still up there. That one's looking over here. None of them are looking really up, are they? I suppose I should keep it soon in. Okay, someone now might be pointing upwards with their hand there. That one's walking through the scene there. It doesn't look like he's looking up. Now let's go back and listen to the audio again, because it looks like it's staged. Reminds me of that girl that did that stage one on the pier, remember? With the added in CGI effect.
And Cora Gregory started filming and captured what happened next.
Okay, let's listen to the
School kids were heard screaming as a UFO looming overhead unfolded as hundreds were alerted to something strange in the sky, where murmurs then began amongst the crowd, and Cora Gregory started filming and captured what happened next. She said, quote, "I came to notice it when I heard a few people saying things like, 'What is that?' and 'Do you
Okay, that should be in the video though, shouldn't it?
see that?' A friend of mine I was with kept telling me it's probably
say that
just
in
a
the video.
laser, and at first I thought maybe it was. But that quickly changed to, oh my god, that's not normal. And I came to the
He's just
conclusion
making things
that it
up
was
now.
not a natural object. And so I'll put a link to this down below, but we will analyze the footage here and I'll put some filters over it. The fact that it's a mass sighting.
Did I miss the beginning of it? I thought he played the video.
Why does he say, I don't think that's a natural object? What? As in, like, a natural object in the sky is a bird?
Yeah.
And you have all of these different high schoolers watching it. You know, there's got to be other footage of it. And I don't know of any rocket launches that occurred over Missouri.
See, the rocket launches is not what it is.
Suddenly looks to blast off at, you know, near light speed to where it looks like you're flipping.
Which means it's got to be a lens refraction, I think. But where was the bit where the audio was playing?
In Wentzville, Missouri. The footage was then quickly uploaded to Facebook, where during this football game, hundreds were alerted to something strange in the sky, where murmurs then began amongst the crowd, and Cora Gregory started filming and captured what happened next. She said, quote,
Okay, so we've heard that a million times, but where's the video clip of it playing normally? It was here, wasn't it? I thought it was at the beginning. Did he play it at the end, maybe? No, can't see it.
on the camera, and as they move the phone, have
Give
any
us the
more
audio, you
information.
dork.
And by listening to the clip, you would think that the world was coming to an end, or
Here it
there was
comes.
an alien invasion.
Are you gonna
You know,
play
we're
it?
talking War of the Worlds type stuff. And as
No.
we zoom in here, whatever
We want the audio. Where's the audio for it? Why can't I find the audio?
is quickly lost, but the fact then it's Missouri. See this thing, or it's coming to an end.
I wish you had
Probably
chapters. You know, you could do chapter the original footage.
I was with kept telling.
It must be here. It's got to be here. At the very front. Here we go. It's got to be here, isn't it? Right after here. Am I losing my mind, or is there sound? Ah, here we go. There was sound. Okay, we finally found it. 5 minute 42. So that should be like a chapter. Okay, anyone saying UFO? So let's just amp this right up. And then play this audio, and let's see if we can hear anyone talking about UFO. It might distort the sound, but let's see. Well, did you hear anything there, guys? UFO or saying look up? I didn't hear anything. Let's just move on then. Looks like we're not going to find the answers. Staged with lens reflection.
At gmail.com. If you have footage, upload it to you and I'll download it and be able to today, guys, while we're speaking about NASA space probe.
And that's probably why no one else was filming it, because no one else would be able to reproduce the same effect, right? Okay, but you're still there, or you think you've gone quiet?
Yeah. You hear me?
Missions to other rocks and celestial bodies out in space. I only thought it fitting to show you guys a couple more of the eerie and anomalous NASA mission footage and photography. This time back to the moon, which was the focus of my last couple of videos, and how it relates to these unknown mysteries.
So we're back to artifacts on film, right? So you can see here, it's obviously something in shadow going upwards. We're seeing some illuminated. But I guess he's talking about something that's in the background here, so...
mystery object seen passing by or lingering in the darkness, whether we're sending a probe to a random asteroid or putting a couple of guys down on the moon's surface, these things seem to be always there. And so I want you guys to check out 2 high-resolution photographs, which in this instance were snapped by the astronauts down on the lunar surface as they were doing their EVAs, walking around, taking soil and rock samples.
Yes. Yeah, you didn't tell me before.
Voice is so cringy.
Yeah, you forgot to tell me this also wasn't in high quality for some reason. So that would have helped a bit in the last bit as well. Yeah, that'll make a difference, hopefully, maybe.
And likely snapping photographs and taking...
I hate when Google does that, you know, sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off.
Footage of alien structures that we will never see. And we're going to go 1 image at a time. It's 2...
Okay, I see a little pixel. Yeah.
Photographs from the same exact film reel, each snapped during the Apollo 17 mission. So we had already landed on the moon several times before this, beginning with Apollo 11, and in this sequence via the chest-mounted camera.
Yeah, the music gets on your nerves after a while, doesn't it? I'd rather have no music and natural sound on the videos, as well as hearing what he's saying, because the music after all just drives you batty, I find. It's alright for intro and end, of course, or intermission. That cheesy music. Yeah, I think I might have to empty my bladder, guys. What I could do is just play a wee bit of that and be back in a minute. Piano notes played over and over again, yeah. Imagine if you had the same thing playing behind you all day long. I think everybody would go mental. I'm just going to keep on playing it and I'll just be back in a tick. And
on the astronaut. A pretty typical lunar landscape shot. But as I always tell you guys, the devil is in the details. And when it comes to NASA and Apollo imagery, once corrected and enhanced, we once again reveal more of these unknown visitors lingering above the moon, quietly watching the Apollo 17 astronauts.
Okay, I'm back. Are we still working? I think everybody's disappeared, haven't they? Gabba's gone. Okay, so looking at this image here, kind of looks like a scratch on the emulsion of the negative, right? Again. Does it look like a UFO? No. Looks like it's got a bright bit on the edge there. That could be where it's sort of peeled upwards when they scanned the image in, right? And the other is just a hole straight through the negative, I think, to the back end of the scanner. And this bit here is a light that scans across when they scan the image in, and that's just reflecting off because it's on the edge, right? So I think that's this negative emulsion peel. Peeling negative. I wonder if we got some images of that again. Oh yeah, I definitely need to go toilet, eh? Let's see, have we got any? I know we've tried looking for it before. Negatives. I think, again, he's desperate for material, isn't he? It's really bad. Flaking or peeling of negative. I wonder if I got some pictures, because that's what we want.
He's very desperate.
Yeah. We want some pictures. It definitely looks like a flake and peel happening. Let's try images then. Oh, it's got shopping now all of a sudden. Changes the order of the tabs. I wish it was constant. Okay, we got some black and white ones. But I think the NASA ones were colour images, weren't they? It's just that there weren't so much colour. Of course, it's a really little speck. Oh, look at that one. That one's really bad. See what I mean, though? The edges here at a microscopic level, right? You're talking about a little tiny mark, which would have been airbrushed out by NASA if they're going to sell the image, right? They would know it was a damaged part on the negative. But yeah, you can see what happens over time, right? Glass plate negative. Have we got regular negative though? We've got some here. Negatives, photo factory. So yeah, that one's just not zoomed in enough. Another glass plate. Negatives again. Flaking off. Okay, that could be glass plate. We want glass again. Oh, here we go. Striping. Set it in negatives. Okay, what we got here? Okay, it looks like a lot of damage on those, doesn't it? But it's not zoomed in enough. It's really hard to find examples because people don't generally put it up. Because they don't want bad images on their website or whatever, unless they're using it for teaching. Discovery. Deterioration, part 2, cellulose, acetate. Maybe we need to type in those keywords. Just one example of a really good one. But yeah, we can never ever find what we're after when we do these live debunks. Flaking, we'll try flaking. Okay, images. They're just showing us the chemicals, not photos. I give up. Negatives. What am I still in? Negatives. Here we go. Have we got some now? Cracks. Obviously it makes little cracks in it. But we want a film strip. Someone with a film strip. Did say 35mm there at one stage though, didn't it? 35, which is what NASA used, as well as 16 and 78, wasn't it? So here's the layers, right? Film. Can't quite read what it's saying. So it's got yellow, red and blue, so I suppose that's for colour. And then you got the plastic behind. I wonder if we can get a close up of that one. Not much better. Okay, can we read it? Oh, just gelatin with yellow dye, magneto dye and cyan dye. So that's your RGB, I guess. 7 layer plastic base cellulose acetate anti-curl gelatin layer. Oh, there you go. So you can see how that can possibly go wrong, where you can have all of those layers scratch off or peel, which changes the colour, or all of them. It can be done by a fingernail handling, or just some rough handling, you know, and rollers and stuff. Is it they put it through a roller? Could be just something as simple as that. But anyway, looks like we're not going to get any examples unless it's on that page. Last one. Privacy, got to set cookies. Lots of diagrams. Diagrams. But no actual... Oh, right, we got something here. But that doesn't look like 35mm ones. What is that, though? It doesn't look like glass sheets, is it? I suppose it could be. And you can see he's got rubber gloves on there. Pretty sure. Okay, let's type in 35mm film negative. I'll see what we can get. Can you still buy it? You can, New Zealand. Kodak. Vinegar to 35mm. We want this technical. Wikipedia. Wiki. Try that. How is it made? It's going to be, let's just confirm the other diagram. Gauge, okay. Might be here then. Yeah, okay. It's really hard to find information that you're after. Edison, sound quality, decline color, color tinted or toned portions of their movies. What's that talking about? Black and white. Alright. How to recolorize them. 2-color process. Still going. Widescreen. Film negative. 3-part negatives require optical or digital scanning. Man, oh man, it goes on a bit. Technical specs, here we go. Vertical pull down. Spherical, what's that mean? Aspect ratio. Super. It didn't say anything about the chemicals. Well, maybe it did. Here we go. While cellulose nitrate and cellulose diacetate stocks used to shrink during processing, slightly enough to have this difference naturally occur. Modern safety stocks do not shrink. So it sounds like it's proven that other little diagram, which really they need on this page, don't they? So yeah, you can see how it would peel then if it's made up of layers like that and get scratched and stuff. Anyway, we just wanted to prove that looks like a curvature of a fingernail. So that's what I think is happening there. The tip of a fingernail, probably a female, probably handled it. Men generally don't like fingernails too much. You can hear all the static noise on there too, which obviously is proof that it's really old. It sounds like a hissy tape, doesn't it? Oh, actually, it says sound effects, doesn't it? Alright, it's found other artifacts here, and just as we found out, they have a magenta layer, and that looks like it could be what's happening here. But he's colorized it, probably. Is it the same negative? Or is it a different location? Okay, what's he doing? Actually, I think I got it too loud, have I? Let me just shrink that down a wee bit. Oh, I shouldn't double click that. I'll zoom in the other way. What's going on? Okay, we got rover tracks there, I think. And he's going up here to that thing. Is that the same thing? What's going on? Oh no, it says cursor. Oh, there it is, yeah.
His music's terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, I don't know if he was playing a video then of it or what, but yeah, it must be on his background music, right? Okay, that looks like a fingernail going the other direction now, doesn't it? In fact, almost looks like a thread. Look, you can see the breakup of the cellulose there, right? Sort of peeling upwards. Anyway, just carry on. Or gelatine, or whatever it was called. It's gelatin layer. See, what's all that static noise he's using there? That sort of had me tricked there for a minute. I thought he was playing a video of it. What crappy music, man. It really is. But he's spending all this time on it just to pad out the video, right? Come on, give us something more.
He's got no material.
He hasn't. He hasn't got any material.
Lousy fillers. Lousy fillers. No content.
Finger net scratch UFOs. That's what he's got. Okay, so you can see the top of the other negative here. So obviously, strange way to scan in, isn't it? NASA wouldn't do that, surely. It's almost like it's been fabricated to me, right? So it's hard to know. Look at the edge here, though. See the cellulose? Is it? Oh no, it's numbers. I thought it had peeled off on the side. He's got numbers there,
Why
Kodak.
would you scan 2 images for? That's sloppy work. NASA wouldn't do that.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, does it? It's quite a strange. It's quite a strange way of doing it. Very suspicious, I'd say. Is that it? Okay, what have we got coming up now? We find a second unknown object. It looks really eerie, similar to a hot pepper. So again, a fingernail scratch. Okay, come on, bring it to us. What a stupid sound effects, man. Inverting. There we go. Isn't it the same one again? Man, this is so boring. And the music makes it even worse, I think. Because at least if he's talking about it, it seems to be more, you know, interactive.
Is that it?
That's it, you know.
A splash of light, is that it?
There. Some scratch on the negative.
What BS did he type? Alien satellite. Is he high?
I don't think I can stand much more of that. Okay, let's just move it on. So is he going to put all the three together now, is he? Here we go. Is it? Oh, I'll just mute him, actually. I don't think he's got anything to say about it. Let's just skim it. So we turned his little video into about a 3-hour show. Yeah, okay, we've seen that a zillion times there. Yeah, that so looks like a UFO. Yeah. I think that's all we're going to get, guys. You know, you could say it kind of looks like an asteroid coming down. But, no. It's definitely damage. Just nonsense. Okay, what's the people saying to this? And we didn't actually look at the comments. Maybe so. Very interesting. My dad, a long time ago, saw a UFO. Yeah, well, it's nothing to do with what's on the video. I call them sky friends. What, scratches? Tyler, this has to be one of my favourites. The work you have done is really awesome. Can you imagine flying to any part of the world in seconds? Yeah, but then you'd be all liquid on the wall of the craft. These last couple of photos were really weird and mysterious. I really have no clue what they are. Well, watch the Out There channel and I'll explain it to you.
All his viewers are bloody stoners. They're all off their head. They don't know what they're talking about. Yeah,
it'd be good to have the ages in brackets, wouldn't it? So we could actually see the age group of them. First, the music and sound under the Apollo pics was astounding. Second,
a little graph next to the comment. How high do you have to be to watch this channel?
Yeah. Second, you know, whoever processed those pics saw those objects. Well, it looks like they were unprocessed because they were sort of like scanned as negatives, if that's the case. But in the early 70s, turning UFO reports into works of art. Tyler, it seems like you created and edited this video a bit differently than normal. I'm really digging the change of style along with the images and music. Oh my god, these people are mental. Good to see you producing content a bit more regularly. What instead of every 2 weeks, it's now slightly less than 2 weeks. The UFO incident has set a new world record. I'm not surprised. Me and my older brother, okay, this shows the age there then, saw one up close. Okay, he's not talking about the video. I'm glad, so glad you are posting again, Tyler. You gotta love how Tyler puts the grainy sound effects. So yeah, it caught me out with a piano playing in the background. Great finds. As always, I'm currently developing an entirely new science that originally started out because of studying the shapes. Yeah, maybe you could learn a thing or two about camera artifacts and film damage and stuff. I'm glad to see you post. Thank you for your upload. Blah. That's got to be one of the most insane pieces of footage recently, with all those kids seeing that craft move. See, these guys got no clue. No clue. How can you get through to them if they don't bother searching for other UFO channels and actually seeing, oh, Tyler debunked, let's have a watch. Love your videos. And I suppose it goes on for thousands of stupid comments like this. Great content.
Please stop, for the love of God. Please stop.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if anyone's actually debunked it here, but I don't see
No one's
anything.
debunked it. It's just a bunch of teenagers pretending to be somebody that they're not, with fake profile pictures, going, "Oh, we love you, Tyler. That's amazing." The kids were shocked; they saw something in the sky.
Yeah. These photos from the moon missions were real creepy. Okay.
Wheels, Astro trains, shits all over the Tyler stuff.
Yeah. I hate not getting your notifications. Enhanced video. What's that one? Of the lunar exploration seems to reveal that the Black Knight satellite was in orbit. Oh no! They're orbiting the moon with the Black Knight satellite, which is a fable story. Everybody knows it's a space blanket, but these kids obviously don't know still. It's really sad. It breaks my heart. It really does. Saddens me, you know, how this shill can make so much money and get away with it and brainwash the kids. Won't they feel foolish when they're older though? When they're like in 40s or 50?
Dr. Sala said the Black Knight satellite is real.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
Well, of course it's real. It's a space blanket that apparently it burnt up in the atmosphere. It's just a line shill.
Black Knight satellite. The aliens put it there, and there's these long cylindrical tubes under the sea near Alaska that are like 60 kilometers wide and 100 kilometers long.
Yeah,
the
so
Black
let's
Knight
move
satellite
on.
is connected to these cylindrical tubes, and it stops the Earth from tilting off axis.
Okay, so we're moving on to third phase of the moon. Put out a video of this
Black Knight
thing here.
satellite's real.
So maybe we can play. Maybe we can play that. Quickly play some third phase carefully because they've been putting extra copyright music in the background music, which is a sneaky thing to do. Okay, so I put up this garbage from Haney Masan. I might have to mute it. Oh. It's not going to let me mute it until I play it. Oh no, it's already muted. It's third phase of the moon. I'll beat the music.
Third phase of fake. The Hawaiian brothers, cousin brothers from Hawaii. We're not pretending to go to the Philippines today. We're just going down the road and we're going to put some CGI in our videos that we shoot around the corner.
Yeah.
Is this part 2 of Egypt?
They're going to here we go. I'm not sure if they got.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! It's a model. It's a model.
No, it's not. I'll explain what it is.
Real. Captured in.
Okay, he's got some wee bit of music in there.
Argentina by some local farmers.
Okay.
CGI.
No, it's not.
They experienced something out there.
Although it could have been post-edited, of course.
That apparently they can't explain, and we're looking at these.
It's not CGI because the graininess is constant here with the window over it.
These
The
photographs,
filming
you
through a
see
car
LED
window.
lights.
reflections
Oh,
from
hang on,
within
hang on.
the windshield. Is this Photoshop?
Has he got music?
Is this some kind of massive hoax? The thing is, we're not there. We weren't on the ground, but
See, looks like it's filmed through a car
here's
window.
some video coming in from the exact location.
Okay, let's zoom it back down again. I don't know why they're putting that bit in. Driving around. So this looks staged here, doesn't it?
Everything they
doing
do
it.
is staged. Everything.
No, I'm saying this photograph from Jamie Mazan. This guy here is staging it
That's
with
Amy.
a selfie. So that's
Why would,
obviously.
why would you do a selfie with it? That's this BS.
And where's the video feed of it? You know. Let's keep on going.
Is he acting? I'm not.
Of course he's acting. Doesn't take too much to see
Look at this clown. I took a selfie with UFO, bro.
Okay, this is
These
through a
people.
car window. You can see the reflections here.
They
And
put it
doesn't
through a
look-
car window deliberately. Why wouldn't you get out? Why would you shoot it with the car window?
Yeah. And
Clown patrol.
that light source there is not creating any lens flare, right? But I think it's staged, and I did some research on this, and as you can see I posted it on Twitter, and it's actually one of these lead beach balls. That's what I think it is. They have the LEDs inside that illuminates it so they can actually see it at night time when they're playing on the beach, and it seems to line up from what I can see. Although we haven't got the right angle here, so if that was rotated around a wee bit more and photographed, I reckon it would be a exact match. It looks like it's got the same sort of light pattern happening here in the darker band. So yeah, so that took me like 20 minutes of research to debunk that straight away, you know. And the next one is CGI, so we'll come up to that one in a minute.
Enough to share in third phase moon because they're provocative. Now the big question: are they legit?
So it looks to me like it's a beach ball that's been thrown up, and maybe some post editing added to it, right? Because why is that so foggy there, right?
some interesting aspects to what we're looking at.
And then the other shot, it looks a lot clearer, right? Like it's not so foggy.
You could almost see like some sort of smoke around.
See, this one here is not foggy, so it looks like some post-editing has been added to it. Or maybe
They
they've
spun
got a
the
hand...
ball.
Unless
Spun.
yeah, it looks like it's got some smoke coming off it, but I reckon that's post-edit. You can see this is on long exposure here. So those lights that we saw in the other image are creating a strange effect where the lights sort of stretch out, right?
Why in the first place would you be shooting a UFO with long exposure? You just don't do it.
Yeah, it's this one that the colours have been mucked around with, I think, and maybe some airbrushing done to it. So they've used one of these lead beach balls to fake a UFO, and then they've posted...
He took a selfie with he took a
Yeah.
selfie with it. Please. He took a selfie.
Now, if anyone
with
else
it.
has got any better explanation to what I found, do post it in the side comments. I'd be interested.
It's like
if
a beach ball with lights on it. Just tuck it up.
Yeah, it does match up what I found anyway. But anyway, just carry on. So they're talking about it could be faked.
On top of that windshield, I'm not seeing one. So there's a little tell sign of what's going on here. Is it legitimate? That's a big question. If this
Legitimate
object
hoax.
is above and in front of the
Where's
car,
the video?
So
Why
GUFON
only
will,
pictures?
yeah, GUFON will say, well, they put it up there and they said it's not legit, or it could may not be real. Yeah, well, that's not the same as what I just did. I actually image matched it with a possibility of what it most likely is with some post-editing added to it. So that's a real debunk, you know, and this is just garbage.
Highlighting the road, you'd think you would see a reflection in the window.
Oh yeah, those little LEDs on that beach ball, it's not going to light up much, right? Apart from the ball itself, it's not going to send a light
What about
down.
the tree? That tree behind it?
I don't think it would even light
No
up
reflection.
the tree, maybe.
There's no.
That tree's
How come there's
in the further distance, though. That tree's behind.
it,
So
yeah,
those
yeah,
little
I see.
LEDs probably ain't going to light it up, right?
No, it's too far away. How come the light's
Yeah.
not reflecting in the car? Windscreen, that four-wheel drive there, bottom left. See the bottom left, there's a white car.
Yeah,
Right?
looks
how
like
come,
looks
how
like.
come how come the object is not reflecting in the car?
Okay,
That object should be reflecting in the
no, but that
windscreen.
tree's
You
too
see?
far away, and that car is closer. But there is some light reflection on that car, though.
What can you see reflecting off the car? It's chrome. It's got blinkers. It's got reflectors. It should have
Looks like there's a
something
wee bit of
reflecting off
light shadow here and there, right? Which would line up with the beach ball.
a light that close to it would be reflecting off multiple angles of the car. Or the,
But
the
that
paint of the
looks
finish.
like it's between this car and this car, right? And I reckon someone's off shot here. Is it this here? Maybe they've edited someone out throwing the ball upwards, right? That's what's happened here. They've probably edited out the person in post edit, right? And that other selfie where he's got a funny face, where is it?
Notice,
Yeah.
you notice in the photos how the skylight changes?
Yes,
Like,
that's
look at the clouds, look at the light intensity, and like, look there, that photo there. Look, it's almost dark. It's
yeah.
like
I'm just trying
60% light. Look at that.
Yeah.
What, that thing was floating there for 3 hours? Look at the skylight.
Yeah. And you can see the LEDs are not so bright. And look at that beach ball going.
Yeah. you
1,
can see the
2,
LEDs
3,
on it.
4, 5. Maybe 5
Yeah.
lights around it.
Because the lights are very dim, so they would be like tiny little LEDs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We only saw it at a certain angle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Probably goes around a bit more. I think I've pretty nailed it there. As far as I'm concerned. Obviously, this has been
the
mucked
sky.
around with. Yeah, they've
Been there
pulled
for
up
2 hours.
They've pulled up the contrast here. Look how dark this is here. It's not right, is it? It's obviously done during the daytime. Maybe sort of mucked around with the contrast and sharpness, right? See,
They probably had to change the contrast to cover up that it looks like a beach ball. Mask it.
Yeah. It could even be on a fishing line, right? They could just had it over a branch over the top here. You just can't see it. But that one looks like it's spinning around, like someone's thrown it up in the air and it's spun around and the camera's on long exposure. And that's why you're getting the streak, right? So if that was on a string, you wouldn't get that effect, right? Because it would be pretty stationary. So someone must have thrown it up here and it's got a wee bit of spin on it to another person over here and someone's just filming it. But anyway, let's just carry on. Else we'd be here all day. See there, that one there, it definitely has to have been edited. Yeah. So it's definitely not right. All the images are slightly different in brightness, contrast.
Skylight.
Yeah.
Eyes lit up. They've been there for hours.
And that one hasn't been, but this guy's lit up, right? So someone's standing behind and throwing the ball directly upwards, right? Probably, and they managed to snap it before it gets motion blur, right? They probably put it on a higher frame rate. Actually, there is some motion blur going upwards, isn't there? There is a wee bit of motion blur going vertically there. So someone's behind him throwing that strictly straight up, saying, "Now, snap!" See, I really hate hoaxes. I reckon they should all be put in prison. Because that really ruins the field, eh? Okay, we got this one here, which I'll go over.
What is it? It starts as two orbs.
Okay, I just wrote about the background music, that's all.
Something catches up to it pretty quickly, and then it forms.
So we're looking at these three lights on the sky here. You notice already. What did you notice already, guys? In that frame, we just paused it. The guy's moving the camera.
The stars are streaky because of camera movement, but
Yeah.
those CGI 3 triangle lights haven't got streaks in them.
Haven't got the streaks in the same direction either. Look, it's got a wee bit.
Those triangle lights have to streak in the same direction as the stars from the camera movement, from the camera shake, from the lens
We'll just
bounce.
we'll keep on playing it.
Forms a triangular.
Alright. We got motion streak
Motion
there.
blur. Yeah. But look at the CGI. Look, the streaks are going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. So that's been
The
in that
CGI is not
direction.
following the camera motion blur. It's clearly added CGI. Look at it.
This one up here is a bit off. Should be going in that direction too. But it could be because of rolling shutter, right? So these lights have been added to someone filming the sky after post edit, right? So what's happened here, I think, is rolling shutter, where it's moved that angle there, and it's starting to move in that direction there. It hasn't actually got up to it. So there's some camera artifacts there. Let's keep on watching. So that one does look like a star there, and you can see the stars are seemingly bending the way the camera's moving, which is this direction. But guess what? This is going all the other way. It's going upwards. It's going. The whole direction's wrong for motion blur. See, look.
Formation here. Is this?
See, look. Motion blur as he moved the camera.
Terrible,
Perfect. Bad CGI. All they've done is done some fake motion blur here in that direction only, but not done it with the camera motion tracking.
This in TR3B or some kind of a drone display?
Yeah,
See, these guys haven't got a clue. Well, pretending they haven't got a clue. But if they're film producers, they should be able to see motion blur and straight away call that out as CGI, right?
Again, it's quick, but I don't see any manipulation.
They probably made the CGI for the video.
He doesn't see any manipulation, guys, and we saw it instantly on the first few frames, right?
Legit.
Okay, we got lens flare there, so see the lens flare.
The question is, what is it?
So someone's filmed the sky out of a balcony and then taken it in and added some CGI UFOs.
What's your thoughts here?
Or it's some sort of camera app that does it for you.
Yeah, let's listen to him while he captures this. He kind of gives a reaction.
Where? What did he whisper? I heard a whispering.
Yeah, it's just kind of bummed. He didn't really
CGI.
So wasn't he saying, "What the fuck's that?"
He wanted more. He was just like bummed he didn't get the full shot.
He's a lie. He's a faker, guys. And who knows who did that anyway? It looks like whereabouts does it?
If they did that, don't be surprised if they made that.
Yeah, they would have made it. Is that somewhere? Is it somewhere in a hotel in Hawaii? Now, where is that location? What's that say there? Was that lights or was it actually a
Decoration? Decoration.
Again, it's quick, but I don't see any manipulation.
How can you film
here.
a UFO and not say nothing? Like what?
Straight up legit. The question.
could that be Hawaii though? Have they actually got high rises in Hawaii? They have on the beachfront, haven't they?
They do. They do.
And then it forms a triangular shape.
Not many though. Got a couple
formation here. Is this in TR3B or some kind of a drone display? Again, it's quick, but I don't see any manipulation here. This.
I
don't see any manipulation here. They're not very good film producers, then, are they?
No.
The question is.
That's what I'm saying. Either they're lying or they're really bad.
They're lying. Of course they're lying.
Anyway, I just need a drink. Alright, so we could summarize these into 5-minute videos debunking it, right? This is
Bomber says
but
full moon coming in for an LED bulb change.
yeah. Did they actually say what location it was at all in the information? Date and time would be handy as well. Where's the more button? Oh, there is no more button because that's all they said, is it? That's it. No information. Argentina. So it must be Argentina, TR3B. Is it Argentina or Hawaii? That's a good question. I know Argentina's definitely got lots of high rises. Is it from Jamie Mizun? Jamie Mizun. High rises, Hawaii. Let's see what we got for images. I'm sure I clicked on it. Yeah, they got quite a lot around the beachfront. It could easily be Hawaii, couldn't it? In fact, it even looked like this here, didn't it? Kind of looked like one of these buildings. It had a lot of high rises this way. Could easily be Hawaii. Something like that. They're filming from that one to the other high rise. It kind of almost looked like it was Hawaii, actually. Okay, let's try Argentina. Got the wrong one. Argentina. Oh, that's more hilly, isn't it? You can see Hawaii's pretty flat there, with some hills in the background. Maybe not. Flat. Yeah, it could be Argentina too, couldn't it? It'd be good if we could just match the building though. List of tallest buildings. What's
But just because you match the building will only tell you the video was shot in Hawaii. The person that faked it could have.
What is it, Frank? Like, what's your thoughts here?
Got a video that someone shot out the window and like the CGI in.
Yeah, they could have got someone to film it in Argentina, send it to them, then they can just edit in. It's all possibilities, you know. I'm just trying to get it on the buildings so I can have a look at the design. So it's got white bits and a black bit. And it kind of looks like that there, doesn't it? White bits and there'll be a black bit in the middle. Could be Argentina. Someone will know. Someone will know the building, probably. And go back to Hawaii. Have they got any buildings like that? Yeah, they have white bits and black bits. So it's really hard to know. Yeah, I thought maybe we could identify it, but would be really hard to verify it. But anyway, CGI. I think that's all they have though. Let's just skim on a bit. And then we might be able to look at the stones. How are we going for time? Oh yeah, we've got enough time still.
Everybody, next time.
Next time, that's it. How many videos was it? Only 2, wasn't it? Right, they're just advertising their guitar stuff. Right?
They're struggling for content too.
Yeah, they got lots of email, man. Lots of email. Have they put out anything new? No, that's it.
They're too busy on the phone to their lawyer trying to sue us.
Yeah. Trying to sue people saying they're faking stuff.
Yeah,
so anyway, I did actually take a
snapshot.
I did actually take a snapshot and posted it here about it being CGI. And you can see here the angle of those ones, stars moving, but they're going in the opposite direction. 100% CGI. So one of the GUFON didn't say, "You don't know what you're talking about," underneath. I suppose he might have actually. Why is the triangle resorting to copyright strikes? Oh, right. Why is this truther? I thought it's triangle. Truther resorting to copyright strikes and reports. Good question.
Wonder why.
Third phase or fake? Nope. Easy one. See the stars, motion streaks, but the 3 dots are constant, no streaks with the camera movement. Well, there's a wee bit they've added in going that way, but yeah, and beach ball. I suppose I've got GUFON on the side, have I? Do I dare click it and have a look? I don't know. Gabba TV is there.
Have a look at that video. It's funny. Play it. It's funny. It's funny.
Hey, Richard, who put that one up? Oh, right. Is this today's show, is it?
Yeah.
It says the good Nazis were separating from the bad Nazis. It says the good Nazis were separating from the bad Nazis. Justice.
Yeah, I've seen that
Good
music.
Nazis.
They turned him into a music video. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Cambion had that on last time, remember? That was hilarious.
That's so funny. I pissed myself laughing.
I really like the
He really likes the Nazis.
Really likes the Nazis.
Oh, you're a hoaxer debunker. You edited that in the way I say Nazis or whatever. You know, you always makes up excuses.
I really like the Nazis.
I really like the Nazis.
I really like the Nazis.
Now, was it edited? I really like Nazis. I reckon it must have been edited a wee bit there.
Play it
But
back.
it sounds...
Let's read
I really like the
Good Nazis.
Anyway, we shouldn't be playing
You
Nazis
gotta read his
talk.
lips.
Yeah, lips did actually line up, didn't it? It's well edited anyway.
But it's not wrong, but because he actually is saying stuff like that on his stream about her. He wants to get her on. He's like, I want to hear the Nazi story. Like he's like backing her up.
Oh.
A fantasy story.
Yeah. Oh, well, it looks like everybody's retweeting and liking what I'm posting anyway. And they're all having a go at him. Richard threatening to take someone to court over his UFO shenanigans is too good. Bro's entire selling point is calling out bullshit, but now that Rich is the bullshit, he can't take it. This is the definition of double standard. I love GUFON. So what are you up to now? You up to
6,000
6,000
views. 6,000 views, baby. Let's go.
No, have you
About
gone
7,000.
have you gone up another 1,000 since? That was last
Almost.
night.
I think it's at like 6,700 now or something.
Oh, right, here we go. Too bad you don't know anything and misrepresent third phase of the moon and GUFON with defamatory comments which will get you in some hot water. Keep up the defamation attacks. It helps us with our case.
We haven't even attacked them. What defamation?
No,
What's he talking
we've
about?
attacked their videos. We attacked
their
their
videos.
we
I've got
attacked
an opinion
their
about their videos. There's an opinion
yeah, we
about
attacked their
videos.
claims in the videos is what I'm trying to say. Attack their claims or facts in the video being wrong. What you said doesn't make sense. Neither does because you quit school too early. I quit school, worked for
Oh, look,
4
he's
years.
going for fat jokes now. Then got huge doing nothing your adult life. He's gone for fat.
I left school at 17, was it, or 18? That was quite late, and because I went up to sixth form, and then I got straight and then I got straight in looking after a multi-million-dollar mainframe for a company that processed all the accountant and pay checks. Yeah, I was. You know, if that went wrong, people would be processing outside the HQ saying, "Where's their pay?" Yeah, so I left school too early, but then I went to university because I knew I couldn't do night shift work while doing that job and doing university at the same time. So I decided to hand in my notice. then got too huge doing nothing your adult life. So he's never watched any of my stuff, so he doesn't even know my life story. None of you have any experience sky watching. Again, just prove that he doesn't watch my stuff, because Gabba only sky watches, and I've got a series on sky watching. It's why you don't know how to debunk and then lie to fill in the blanks. You never prove a thing. Well, I think I've proven quite a lot tonight, actually. About third phase is crap. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, because there wasn't anything above me. Did you do your research or guess what's the coffee shop's name and show me the building's camera? Well, we don't know because he never told me. So this one here, he puts that as his best video footage, and I looked at it straight away and said, oh yeah, that's a... He's saying this is a UFO. I said, no, that's a security camera, dome camera looking downwards. And it's obviously on a beam coming off the eaves of the shop or something like that, right? And he said, oh, I checked and saw there's nothing above me. So he reckons it's dumb. That there is definitely a security camera dome, right? You can actually see the hole with the lenses on it. See that there, guys?
You can see
He's
it.
saying
You
it's,
can see the dome. You can see the hole with the lenses.
yeah, you can see that's
light,
a dome security camera. It's probably on a telescopic arm behind him that sort of rolled out. Maybe when he looked, it wasn't near. Or he's just lying. Or he's a complete moron when he took the photograph and didn't really check. Anyway, I've just showing you an example of one of these domes. Obviously, this was filmed, God knows what year, back in 2000 probably. So it's probably one of the older cameras that they don't make anymore. But here's an example of a boom arm that can move cameras along. And all it takes is a motorized track, you know, a little motor up here that moves it along. A bit like my tripod that I was using for sky watching, where I can rotate any camera, any smartphone that's attached to the top, or put a dome camera on the top and just rotate it around or whatever. You could put it on an arm out if you had it balanced right, with weights, and you can have it. But why would you put it on an arm? Well, if it's on a eaves of a shop, right, and you got a balcony or lookout part on the shop that overlooks the terrain, you may want to move the camera out further just to keep an eye on that there's no jumpers or people that's going to jump to their death or fall over, or they just might want to get a different angle. Putting a camera on a boomer gives you a lot more scope where you can look as well. So, although I can't prove it because I don't know the name of the copy shop, I don't know if he did say it or not, because you know how tedious it is to watch his live shows. That was like just a quick skim of his video and a 5-minute debunk, right? And I've seen it before, you know. He put it up before, and I've looked at it and said straight away it was a dome camera. This is the second time I've looked at it, and I still say it's a dome camera. No doubt about it. But anyway, wasn't going to actually talk about that today, but yeah, anyone out there that doesn't think that's a dome camera when we zoomed in, do say down the side if you think that's a UFO. He said it was a UFO upside down.
What?
Actually, I'll just post a link to it if you want to answer to that.
GUFON actually take the photo.
GUFON's best evidence is best UFO evidence.
Take the photo himself.
Yeah. He took 3 photos, and that camera shows up in another one and over here. So obviously he moved it this way, took a photograph, and also one this way. Yeah, he took 3 snaps or something. But anyway, if you want to go and watch it on his stream, you can. I'm not saying
getting just as bad as third phase of the moon. He's doing exactly what they do.
Yeah. Alright, on to the last bit of the show. This is due to Gabber again, talking about UFOs on coins. This is proof UFOs visit Earth through history. Alien hunter spots mystery carving on a coin. Now, the UFO hunter, as we know, is Scott C. Warren. He is like the third worst shill in ufology. The first worst one is obviously Tyler of Secureteam. And the second one is obviously Blake Cousins of Third Phase of the Moon. And the third one is Scott C. Warren. They're always the top three. Then you can start to organise who's the next lot worst ones underneath that. Corey Good, maybe. Michael Seller, and so on. But UFO Man and all that. But anyway, so what's that look like, guys? Does it look like a UFO? You could say it kind of looks like a UFO, but I would say that it was upside down if it's a UFO. A UFO that's flying in the clouds. Obviously, that's clouds. Okay,
like
keep
a mushroom.
on going. And it's over a
Like a
landscape
mushroom.
here.
Like a mushroom.
Yep. And what's that there? So almost looks like a flower with a stem on it, right?
The stem of the mushroom.
Now, I'll tell you what it is in a minute. I'll just keep on scrolling. And we got some other crap in there. That's it. That's all we got. But there's actually a lot more coins of that on there. Here it is, about the size of a US quarter. It appears to commemorate a UFO sighting, which is bullshit. So, I think it's Scott C. Warren. Here we go. And alien enthusiast Scott C. Warren says the mysterious object on is proof of irregular extraterrestrial trips to our planet. Hey guys, so what it is it's actually a shield. I googled it. And it's like these shields, round shields that you see in battle. Right, and there's probably one here that matches. So they've got all sorts of pattern. That one's got flower pattern design on it. There you go.
Reverse
Very
image.
similar. Yeah, it looks very similar. There's probably even better ones. That one's got some pattern going around it. That one's got a really cool pattern around it. That looks more modern though.
Why is the shield floating in the clouds?
Ah, right. So we'll get onto that. That one's got some petals of it here too. Yeah, it's got some bits in the middle. I suppose they could have a little dagger in the middle too. So they use it for defense of arrows hitting it, right? So it could have been an arrow fired at it and it's bouncing off the middle. But it also could be that some of these come with spikes in the middle. They use like pushing forward against other armies, right? And stab them. So, yeah. I don't think there's any other designs that sort of really match apart from that first one we saw. It's all sorts of designs though. It goes on and on. So that's got sort of a flower design on it. Flower or sun design on it. Sun, maybe. Anyway, you can spend looking for finding the exact one, but they'll probably be there somewhere. Someone's bound to have it. Oh, here we go. That's it there, isn't it? That might be it. I was just going to give up. Looks very similar, although it's got fatter. It's got fatter
Funny eye,
ones.
reverse eye image.
Yeah, it's sort of close, but not 100%. Okay, let's just go back again. Okay, it's got a lot of other ones in it. So apparently, this one hasn't got it shown, but there's normally an arm with a hand that holds a shield, and it's meant to be the shield of God, is putting protection over your land. And these aren't actually coins. They're actually what they call, I forget the name now, but they're like a little token, like you know, you get little tokens for games. It's actually a game token. But anyway, just carrying on. The mirror is not a really good source of information, as you know. Spooky ancient coins prove that aliens visited the sun. Okay, this probably got some more examples. Okay, this one's got aliens on it, apparently. Anyway. Alien.
There's aliens using Mars to buy things at the shop.
Yeah. Alien. Or has it been edited? So this one's a wee bit different. But here's another shield, right? You can see a shield again with the flower pattern with a spike, right? There's a spike.
That looks like a shield.
Yeah, that one is not a round shield. This one is a different kind of shield. One of those long shields, I guess, you know, where they use in
like
different battles.
A knight would wear. Like a knight with a short sword.
Yeah.
Like a full
and
shield.
I don't know if you can see a hand of God coming down on this one either, but there's definitely clouds. And there's another one. Aha! This one sort of gives it away. There's a shield turned up the right way around with a little spike in the middle. And what's all these? Arrowheads! So, yeah, this one's actually got a cloud versus a cloud. I'm not too sure why. But, yeah, it's defending arrows of the... Oh, actually, it could be a island. Picture of an island down there, is it? So it's a shield of God protecting arrows from the sky. Okay, that one. And that one's the opposite way around. And that one's a bit cleaner. It definitely looks like a... Alright, could be a hand. Hand of God there. Defending the country or whatever from arrows. So that one's a wee bit better. Got some more images to go over. And here's the things debunking it. Basically what I said is what it says here. There's a lot of reading, but I'll post a link to it. Okay, it's called a Jeton, 1648. Jeton from the Burgundy region of France appears to show a UFO hovering over a rock pine forest. Oh, they reckon it's a pine forest. I thought they were arrows. But when the image is rotated in the proper orientation based on reading of the Latin motto, which translates, it resists a few but was overcome by many, it shows a shield being held up against the storm of arrows. Oh, I was correct. Storm of arrows coming down from the clouds. This is very conventional allegorical image with no extraterrestrial implications. So this is Scott C. Warren for you. Zero research, 100% shield man. And it's amazing how much that guy's made. He's made millions. Same as Third Phase, same as Tyler. A more challenging example is the 1656 copper Jeton. That very clearly shows a disc with a central spindle floating above a landscape. The Egomedic Latin motto Opportunus Adest translates, it arrives at a fortunate time. The design of the Jetsons were frequently reworked and modified, and a white metal copy shows a floating object is not at all a saucer-like, but it might be a Borku style parade shield. Okay, so we're talking about those ones we already looked up closely, and that one there is obviously not a UFO, so that must be a parade shield that I'm talking about. What's it say here? Bronze shield fell from heaven. Replicates made to protect the identity of the real one, and establishes a priesthood or leaping priest to care for them, to carry them into procession on special occasions. The famous story was part of a classical education and would have been familiar to early modern Europeans who used Jetons, elaborate fluted steel shields that came into use in the 16th century often bear remarkable similar to modern images of UFOs. A particular example is the 1594 Dutch Jetson showing the hand of God reaching down from heaven to interpose a symbolic shield of divine protection between the Netherlands and the Spanish army. There is no historical evidence that any extraterrestrial spacecraft involved. Debunked, guys. Okay, we're getting onto the stone carvings next. Debunk for Jet. I would have been happy if they called it the Jetsons. Jetson. Then we could say, it's called Jetsons, like the character on the cartoon. Yeah, and I think we got shields, which we looked at. So you can do a search on that if you want to. And onto these stone carvings to wrap up for the end of the day. I think we've lost a few people though, but we've got half an hour left. So this is on alien UFO sighting. Sounds something like Scott C. Warren would do. So these are some of the images that are apparently were dug up in Mexico and done by the Aztecs, is it? Disclosure of classified X documents. Okay, so see, these are some of the things apparently dug up. Now, kind of looks like a big
Badly
head.
drawn.
Eh?
Really badly drawn. The drawings are like nothing you see like in traditional Mexican artwork in a temple. Patterns are like a kindergarten kid tried to copy the patterns in the proper Aztec pyramid. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. But let me just
look above the right eye. Look above the right eye. It's not even in symmetry. It's got errors in it. It's like not the loop's not the same size. It's like totally off symmetry and size, and the loop's not.
Well, maybe the carver was drunk.
You got to get out of the rabbit hole.
Actually, I think it's actually a carving, and they've carved in the eyes and tried to round it off. But anyway, we'll just go through the images and some of the text here. The Aztecs came along after the Maya. The Mexican government had agreed to disclose to the public several archaeological objects that have remained hidden for decades. From the time they were discovered, a helmet-shaped head of an alien etched in stone, tablets of gold and silver, which can be recognized in engraved details. How astronauts that traveling in spaceships with other ships seen actually looks like. So gold. I wouldn't say it would look like gold. Looks like stone to me. Gold leaf put on it, maybe? I don't know. It doesn't look like gold to me. It looks like stone.
It's only on Pinterest. Something like this would be like everywhere.
Alright, sizes stone tablets of gold and silver. So it must be silver leaf put over top of it, or silver leaf.
The drawings look like very dodgy.
Yeah, but is it even representing an alien head? It could be like some of the underlords' pictations, the underlords like lizard men,
They got pictures of UFOs on its forehead and stuff.
Is it? Where's the close-up of it?
UFO?
Okay. Yeah, is it a UFO though? Or is it just like a hat? Could it be a hat?
We look at the other one. No, each one of them has pictures of greys and UFO. And
there's a lot of images here. Yeah, we'll just go for it. Just to wrap up, the Mexican Aztecs were a people of the Nahuatl culture, wherever that is. Mesoic Americana. Okay, we don't really go through all that, do we? Okay, so it's got little sculptures too in the shape of UFOs or whatever. Okay, and to me they look like cheap tourist knockoffs to me, but that's just me. It's at the moment, so I'll just keep on going. Several families of I don't know. So that city in province of Gal. Of course, they say J's as H's. So let's see. Oh, Hellas, Ho, Ho, or Elslus, Hellolos City, and Hellistico. Okay, so 50 years. What's this one? Okay, have been collecting for about 50 to 60 years a total of 400 artifacts. Extraordinary, with a dream of one day opening his own museum. So that's a red flag. That's a red flag there for me. Obviously, yeah, he's been collecting these, but it's kept it hidden for all that time because he wants to make money of it with his own museum and publicise to the public such amazing objects. Only when he had enough of them to show in his museum. So here's another one. Looks a bit sloppy though, doesn't it? Like you say, it's a wee bit sloppy carvings.
Yes, that's what I mean. Like, they're not. A lot of it's not symmetrical. Look, the
Yeah.
eyes off. Yeah, the eyes are off. The eyes aren't symmetrical. Like, if that was proper artwork, they would keep redoing it until every single thing was perfect on it. Like,
There's an alien angel there. Looks like a bird.
Aztecs have a lot of respect for the work they do. You know, an artist is not going to make something and then, like, if it's made a mistake, they'll just redo it until it's perfect.
We'll probably have to look at Aztec artwork. Okay. Because at this stage, we can't really say it's not of aliens and all that, but it does look a bit suspect, I must admit, so far. So let's just go over it. Keep middle ground and just follow the facts. So the museum thing is a red flag straight away for me. So there is definitely.
He's going to make his own museum.
Look, yeah.
No
look
way
at
he's
the
going to make his own museum.
So look at looking for some legit pieces here. That might be no. So that's symmetrical and everything's perfect on that one, but that's a replica, obviously. So where's some real stuff? Here we go. Dragon head. So obviously, could it be a serpent head? You know, they obviously got snakes rather than it being an alien grey. Here's some Aztec shield of some kind. Sun. And you can see there's no flaws or mishaps in the eyes there. Or the teeth.
Everything's perfect. Symmetrical.
Symmetrical
Even.
either side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks more professional, doesn't it? Yeah, not sure if that's legit though. That's the only problem. What else we got? That one looks like it could be legit. Mexican art, Simonian history, is it? Okay, let's have a look at that one. It won't let me scroll down now. You damn thing. Scroll down. What's going on? Maybe just open that up actually. Okay, let's have a look. Looks like it's 100% bang on, doesn't it? Those little loop things down the bottom are all perfect. Yeah, it looks totally symmetrical.
Well, that's what I mean. It does not look the same.
The hat's different though, but symmetrical of the guy. It's probably. Let's just open that up. Is it legit though? Videos, essays. Okay, here's some. Well, that looks perfect. Rib cage, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bones in the rib. Some sort of monkey man. Looks identical on the face. Carving. Pottery here. Vessel. Yeah, it looks, even though you can see it's very old, you can see that the finish has been scratched off in places. You can see it's definitely higher quality, even that piece there, right? But I won't say
All the
it was...
Mexican alien artwork's fake.
I wouldn't say... that one looks like it's original too. You can see the pits in it. Oh, nasty looking. We're going to chop your head off. Were they the ones that chopped off your head to give it to the gods? Or was it the Mayans that did that? Yeah, that wasn't really a good page though, was it? Yeah, I think you might be right. So let's go back to it and let's have a look again. This is not symmetrical at all. Even this light beam, right, is way off, right? It should be more over here.
Yeah, look at that. It's like what?
Yeah,
okay.
someone's got
every aspect of it is off in symmetry, length, thicknesses. Eyes are wrong. The wings. Look at the wings.
Like the feathers.
Every feather on the wing would have to be the same size. What is this?
Yeah, that's totally wrong, isn't it? So that's another red flag. That's another red flag. So we got museum. The designs look a bit off. Symmetry is off, so that's a red flag. Okay. And they look like they may have been rubbed with dirt to me, rather than dug up. So I don't know. Now this one's meant to be that.
Dirt.
Yeah, this one with the spaceman and the spaceship blasting off, right? That's already been explained. That it's a character they regularly have. And what looks like flames at the bottom has also been explained. Like the underworld and the cloud gods, or whatever it is, or the.
Look at these UFO. All this is fake.
See, this is like a stairway to heaven, right? And that's the underworld here. I kind of remember seeing a show about it all, describing.
So that's a real artifact. That's a real artifact. That one.
No, it's based on. I don't think it's a real artifact, but I think they sort of based it on that underworld and the stairway to heaven, because there's the moon. That one looks a bit more like it could be real, just by looking at it. But again...
Yeah, see the alien head at the bottom.
Yeah, it's way off here. It's not really well carved at all, is it? And the nose is off center.
The mouth isn't centered. The nose is off center. Yeah, that's just fake. It's a fake copy.
And this is another one. Totally crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they've tried to copy some of the Aztec stuff and carve it onto a stone. That's what it looks like, doesn't it?
Probably sell it to the tourists.
That one.
Eyes are
mouth is off. Yeah.
Nose goes off to an angle.
That one there with the star, or wherever it's meant to be, moon or sun. And looks like it got damaged.
Eyes are different size.
Yes, it's this crap.
Eyes are a different size.
So it's all roughly the same. It's got this character, which is in the underground with a beam of light going to the heavens.
UFO.
This character, yeah. Well, actually going to the heavens. I'm not sure what this is representing, but I'm pretty sure I saw it on a documentary. But I can't remember. Remember the pyramids are shaped like that too, right? It's pyramid shape.
No steps. There's no steps on it there.
There's no steps. No steps in that one, but it's got a little Mayan temple behind with steps on it there. I've got a feeling it
looks like a UFO with a beam of light coming down and it's sucking something up. Look.
Yeah, I think it was like something like a mushroom stem or a tree or something like that. I just can't remember. It's so long ago.
Does look like a mushroom. Does it a lot like
yeah,
a mushroom?
it kind of looks like a mushroom where you get the little fins underneath, where it's growing up from the underworld. But anyway, we'll just keep on going. There's quite a few of them. 400 pieces apparently. I remember there was one. Was it on Ancient Aliens Debunked? I think maybe it was on there. Maybe I'm not too sure now. Man and Rocket Aztec. Let's just try Tech Debunked. Let's see what we get. Pascal's rocket. Ancient aliens debunked. There we go. Is that the one? I'm not going to play a clip. I just wanted some images. List of response. Rockets. Yeah. Let's have a look. This one here, isn't it? We're ancient Mayan space pilots. What are they saying? Is it Mayan? See, it looks like it's based on that, right? With the man in the underground. And I think it's a tree. These are tree roots, and it's a tree or something. That goes upwards. So maybe let's type in Mayan. Maybe that one was Mayan. Here we go. It's not an alien astronaut. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, so what does it say? Does it break it down to us very quickly? Because that's what we want. See, I think it's meant to represent a tree, but is that what they're saying? There we go. A breakdown. Okay. Let's post it on the side because I don't know how much time we got left on this. Mayan, that's one. So the Aztec one looks like it's based on the Mayan artwork, doesn't it, as well? It's mixing Aztec components with Mayan. What's this one? Mayan. Blood Doll. That's a strange name. On the side chat. Mayan Asteroid.
System. Symbols representing extraterrestrials.
The ancients had the culture of UFOs. That's not new. Informative images.
Symbol for extraterrestrial.
Okay. Let's see. That looks like they've broken it right down to bits here. God from the skies.
Guiding the spacecraft.
New world found. Okay, they often talk about the new world calendar, right? Or new ages. You know, remember that 20.
That symbol represents extraterrestrials. What's that supposed to be?
New galaxy. Oh yeah, the cross looks like stars. Symbols representing extraterrestrials.
Why do they have symbols representing extraterrestrials?
Navigation system. Well, I thought this was going to be a debunk, but this is what they're claiming. Okay, so that's what they're claiming. So what's the breakdown? Have we got a picture with the breakdown? Okay, so what's this? A hoax is extraordinary long-lived. Ancient aliens I thought they were going to explain all the bits in it. Alright, it is a tree. I told you. Tree. And the underworld, right? The roots of the tree. So I probably have to read all this though. It turns out Mayan cosmology beliefs, many of which were observed from earlier cultures, were familiarly consistent across Mayan. Okay. The world tree span all three underworlds. There you go. Its trunk in the middle is the world, and the highest branches in the other world, which is what, the new world, I suppose. I don't know. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff to go over there, doesn't it? So here's that one. All along the tree you find the symbol. So it's not a UFO craft he's in. He's in the underworld. So what's that on his nose? In the diagram, the glyphs for jade celts are marked in red, curved around the upper section, Milky Way, double-headed serpent. Where's that? It's got to be there somewhere, because they use the serpent a lot, don't they?
Yeah,
Here we go.
aliens. Aliens.
So what's that on its mouth? I think it's probably going to be explained here. The king dying and the young maize god being reborn. Okay.
Send it to GUFON. He can explain to his viewers how the positive Nazis went to the moon to meet the Mayans.
Yeah. I think what's on the nose was a decoration, like a, you know how they wear the bone through the nose. I think maybe that's what it was.
Jewelry, facial jewelry.
Let me just have a look at it. Could it be a bone? It looks like an end of a bone with the loopy bits, doesn't it? Doesn't look like a mouth, like an astronaut helmet on it, does it? It doesn't look like anything like that.
Headdress.
Yeah. Looks like maybe it's a bone and it's just touching the other side, which is meant to be symmetry, I guess. Yeah, maybe someone can read all that and then maybe bring it to us, summarize it to us. Maybe there's another one better site than that. I was hoping for a diagram that sort of said this is what ancient aliens said and this is what it is. That would be really handy. But it looks to me like they are interested in stars and the caves underground being like, because we've seen artifacts and lots of caves found. So they obviously believed in like heaven and hell, sort of like a religion, right? But there's probably more articles here. Space pilots, education here. Looks like you have a picture. It looks very similar. He's sitting on something. I bet it's all explained properly on one of these sites. I'm sure that's what we just looked at, was it?
Yeah, let's get off that one.
Yeah, we just went on that one. So it's come up again. That's got a lot of pictures.
The 400 artifacts.
Van Danken's Rocket Man. I
don't reckon he has. I reckon he has 400 hoax artifacts.
Yeah. It's interesting looking at the stuff, you know. But you can see how things get misreported in books and they make millions of dollars out of it. And when you have a second view at it, you can then say, oh yeah, I can now understand what they're talking about. It's because it's like someone that doesn't know anything about Mayan art suddenly telling you that's an ancient astronaut when it's not, right?
His symbol represents extraterrestrials.
PC's is the original horoscope sign. It is a since fish can breathe underwater. He's smoking quack. I'm not sure if we're being trolled here or not. Yeah, so we'll just keep on having a read. because we're looking at these ones here, which look, you know, when we looked at that Mayan art, you could see all the symmetry and really details, and here it's just absolute crap.
That
It
eye
really is
smaller and bigger. Look at this one. Yeah, right.
Yeah, look how crap that is compared to what we were just looking at for the Mayan side of things.
Why would the alien be looking up at the UFO for?
So this again is that symbology of the tree, right? So what you think is a flying saucer is like the shield on, well, cave in the underworld, and someone's just put it at the top. Someone's faked that and put it at the top instead of at the bottom, you know, so it looks like a UFO. Well, this one here,
little baby alien looking up.
Yeah, little baby aliens looking up.
The UFO.
Or
the UFO's
the tree.
Up in the sky.
Yeah, it looks so fake. And that one looks pretty bad too. Yeah, I'm just not buying it, guys.
He's left the dirt on there to look like he's just dug it up. If he dug it up, he would have cleaned it before he took a photo.
Yeah, and what's that? A piece of copper, maybe? I'm not sure. Is that one? That one looks slightly different somehow.
He made 400 fake pieces.
Yeah, he probably had a lot of time to do carvings.
Not one of those pieces looks like authentic Mayan artwork. Not one of them.
Yeah, I agree. Say smile. Okay, what do we got here? So again, that could be the tree, and that's the top of it. It looks like someone's taken ideas from Mayan and Aztec and sort of merged it and tried to make it into aliens.
It's got cross styles. It's got cross styles, and he's tried to put UFOs and aliens mixed into the cross style.
And what's that meant to be? The Owlman, the UFO Owlman.
A hybrid of two art styles. Greys and aliens and UFOs thrown in the mix.
So that could be more real, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one looks more symmetrical, but maybe a very close up of it. Maybe not. Nose
is off. Bottom.
It's still going. It must be getting up to quite a few of them by now. Okay, we got to the end. Okay, so what was the summary of all that? Okay, what did that say at the end? Conclusion. Okay, let's go through the conclusion. So what was the red flags there? There wasn't too much said. Well, we didn't actually read too much. I don't think there was too much said. I didn't see much writing in those ones. So what's the conclusion say? We'll just go through it here.
Fake science report.
Science analysis by Melissa Trujillo of the two objects found. So we're only looking at the two objects at the very top, which are really badly carved, in our opinion, not symmetrical, based solely on the interpretation of all we have. Chemical analysis, we can infer that the person who drew up the pieces was drunk, did not know the process covers and glazes as...
Is that what she says?
Yeah, this is what he's saying.
What she says? The person was drunk. Yeah.
No, that's not what it said. That's what my bit added in. I was just being funny. He's saying here, pieces did not know the process covers and glazes as in now known. So he's saying they were produced in a different way to what they now know. Whereabouts the characteristics do not match 100% with some type of now today. I'm not sure if that's a translation error there. We might think that used in a composition principles of stoneware, but at a lower temperature, which completely changes the finish. Yeah, they did look a wee bit shabby, didn't they? Covers or stoneware glazes give good results with oxidization and reducing atmospheres, generally used to initiate a reducing atmosphere and at the end a neutral or oxidizing atmosphere on. So I think it's Chinglish. Well, what would you call it? Spangish. It's not really English there, I don't think. I think it's been translated slightly wrong.
They're saying the finish, the composition of the pottery was not like original.
Yeah,
fine
you can
artwork.
see it looks really shabby, right?
But look
And
at the
now,
pottery. The pottery is hopeless.
I'll
Hopeless
post a
colour
link so
pottery.
people can have a close look. It's actually got all the images there, mostly, I guess.
I don't believe it's real.
No, I think someone's faked it and disburied it for maybe 10 years to give it some sort of finish on it. I kind of
It's all
remember America
Fake.
Unearthed. That was the series. I think the America Unearthed guy went and visited the museum and he used his microscope and all sorts of things. And he said, "No, these look like modern carvings to him."
Yeah.
I can't remember what the reasons were. It was like 5 years ago when I watched it, but it might be up there. See if you can find the episode. He actually went down there to investigate some new findings, claims of carvings of aliens and UFOs found in a cave. And when he analysed it, he found that if they were that old, they should have had moss inside the micro grooves of the carving. And when he analysed it in his microscope, he couldn't see any of that. And then he compared it to, a glazed artifact, where you could actually see where it had some microorganisms in the grooves, and you couldn't see it on the new ones. And he said he thinks that the workers were carving themselves and burying them, because they found one that was right on the surface when he arrived there, and he reckons it was totally staged. But anyway, you can find the episode and watch it yourself. That's what I remember what was said. I'm only loosely quoting what I can remember of it. Did I post it? Yeah, I did. Did I? Yeah. Mayan Asteroid. No, I didn't. We'll post this alien. I don't think I did post it, but right, here we go. Aztec, I'll just call it, because we're running out of time now. What's the time? Yes, dinner time.
He actually made a museum for it.
Aha! Now that gets on to the next one. The alien artifacts of Jalisco. Don't ask me if I'm saying that right, but
Fake. Let's say fake.
so here's that astronaut at the top again, so underneath. In the high desert of a far northeastern corner of the Mexican state of Jalisco, a former Mexican military doctor set up camp. After a long day of exploring the country, the man's name was Dr. Pablo blah 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 Garcia blah blah blah. And a year was 1999. Space 1999. Dr. Garcia was near the area known as El Toro in the municipality of blah 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 near the confluence of the states of Jalisco blah 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 blah, lots of long names. This is pretty sparsely populated and somewhat barren part of Mexico, and the doctor took the camping trip along to get from the rigors of modern civilization life. Okay, he wanted to get away. What he found on the trip astounded him: a stone weighing a few pounds and about the size of two hands of a foreign civilization, I mean. Untrained eye, the carving on the stone looked Mayan. Yes, I said that in origin, but that would have been nearly impossible owing to the fact that this is part of Mexico. Yeah, so that's a red flag in my book. It's somewhat more believable for the artifact to be of the closer and more recent Aztec civilization. Yeah, we understand that. He found an item that had been carried there a long distance. Were there other carved stones like this one? The camping trip over blah blah. It goes on a bit. Just want to skim through it pretty quick. Elaborate carved objects. They reckon they're elaborate, but I wouldn't say they were. Found in a cave near Garcia, had been camping along with a skull that did not belong to any creature. So that must be that one we showed at the very beginning. Others told him of a lost city and large temple. Okay,
This story is so dodgy.
A curious man by nature decided that he would, well, considering once he kept them for 50 years and wanted to set up a museum, it's really dodgy.
How come they changed the story? They said the Mexican government had kept it hidden for decades, and then the Mexican government released it. Now they changed the story. We've got two stories.
I think maybe he died, and they kept to his collection hidden, maybe that's it. I'm not sure. Probably have to do some more background research on that one. The world in which humanity currently resides. So what do these artifacts look like? What are they made of? And are there any indication to how they were fashioned? Dr. Garcias has categorized over 400, we know that. Over 95% of these pieces are made of carved stone, while the rest of them made up of a high-fired clay substance. So I don't know what it is. Artifacts are perhaps the most controversial in Mexico because of what they depict, and a strange fusion of Mesocanian art, which is Mayan styles. The pieces appear to show flying saucers that typically grey aliens, as reported by modern UFO abductees, humans in space suits, blah blah blah, and strange animals, blah blah, Aztecs. Trying to read it fast here. These items, along with guided to... Okay, what's this bit here? This is the red flag here. Center face of the sun replaced by a more often worldly looking stylized grey face, for which have led many skeptics to believe that all of these pieces are fakes, and that selling these items along with guided tours to the caves and surrounding area to hunt for artifacts is just a way for the locals to make money. There we go. Red flag number 3.
They make the art. They bury it in the cave. Go, let's go looking for artifacts. Give me $100. I'll take you to the cave. Oh, look, you found one in the dirt. Amazing. Yeah, that's what's happening.
Oh, you can keep that one. You can keep that one. We won't tell the museum about it.
Whatever you find, you keep. We won't tell the museum. An extra $100, we won't tell the museum.
400 of these pieces are in collection for study. Researchers believe that there are thousands or more of these artifacts in private collections all over the world. Well, how come it hasn't come forward then? And a great many of them in private homes. So they're saying other people got it hidden in their homes. In 2015, published a book. Here we go, money book. That's another red flag. About the studies conducted by his research group. Oh, right, another red flag, his research group. Now, that sounds like Jaime Maussan's research group, right? A more complete history of humanity. The book starts. Okay, we don't care what's in the books. Obviously, out to make money on it. clearly he's a agenda. Here you go. They're saying objective books, tours, a small museum, and an ongoing, off-again internet show called blah blah blah. Oh yeah, he's into the money. Huge. This is the problem with the other guy that I talked about. What was his name? With the alien skulls. Is also doing the same sort of shit, right? And he's making lots of money off it, which is obviously shilling. You know, the alien hand I talked about in a few live shows back, which is actually a cell flipper. Carbon 14 used. What's this thing about carbon 14? 16,000 years, but the dating method has been done. Yeah, I've just missed a line here. Laboratory tests have been haphazardly or not done. Okay. In one report, some pieces were claimed to have an age of 16,000 years, but the dating method, where does it go to, has been done of organic material found at the dig sites, but not actual the stones, such as charcoal found in the same strata as the artifacts. This has not been
It's a hoax.
made clear. Critics and people who are... I hate this font because it's really hard for my eyes to read it because it's very dim. Who are generally curious... This has not
problems
been
these pieces pose
for
are
incoming.
demanding more scientific research on these finds. This has not been forthcoming as state and national archaeological and historical groups in Mexico refuse to examine these pieces and dismiss the whole Juarez affair as a shoddy hoax. See, they won't even look at it. They know straight away it's a hoax.
Yeah, okay. That's what I think.
The archaeologists won't touch it. They won't even touch it.
Okay, so it goes on a bit more here. It's quite a detailed report on it all, really, isn't it? But
Puerto Rican imposter. They had an imposter. What?
I think it was...
Puerto Rican.
I think
Puerto
I
Rican
must have
actor,
missed something, but they said somewhere here, no bones, no humans were found with the artifacts, which was really strange, right? You know, no animal bones, no human bones. And they said there was no pottery. Normally you get broken pottery with artifacts like this. You know, like, you know, you stick the art, maybe some of the artifacts inside it.
A normal dig site has pottery,
But,
broken bits of pottery everywhere.
Now, I'm not sure if it's in this one. Let's see, have I got another link here? Universe Today.
Mexicans,
right.
The Mexicans love their hoaxes.
Yeah. I never trust anything out of South America.
Pedro loves these UFO hoaxes.
Oh yeah, that's pottery. Okay, here it might be here. That's one reference. Yep. Okay, it's got pottery listed here. I must have missed it. Extraterrestrial skull looks like Jar Jar Binks from Star Wars.
Jar Jar Binks.
Besides the skull, no burials have been claimed to have been found. Okay, that's strange, isn't it? No pottery, no other bones, and no evidence of any other artifacts. That's a hoax, man. We all have all they have is the calf stones found out this mysteriously soil. Yeah, there we go. And did I post that one? I did. Maybe I didn't. I didn't post this one. The debunk for it. So I think that nails it in the coffin there. Debunk of alien stones. So how many red flags did we have? I forgot to add. Was it up to 6?
I saw like 7 or 8 red flags there.
Yeah, there's just too many red flags there, guys. I'd like to believe it myself, but yeah. The Chinese never developed.
I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it. It's just Pedro. It's just Pedro playing games again.
Yeah. Well, like it hasn't been, like they said in the article, there wasn't much scientific research done on it because they're not. Everyone thinks they're fakes, basically, and they just think it's a waste of money. But that apart from that one guy checking the glaze wasn't actually up to standard. Blood Doll here saying, are there any examples of Aztec glass?
Glaze was
Well,
not up to standard. The composition of the clay, the pottery was not proper composition. Like
she's saying
like
the
traditional.
the Chinese never developed glaze in their ancient pottery. The colours are found under the glaze, a bunch of chemicals here. That's right. Glaze is made from feldspar.
And there was no moss.
I should actually bring up.
There was no moss growing inside.
I have a
stone carving.
HNC in ceramics. Okay, so she should be an expert on this stuff. You got me with those genuine artifacts. Yeah, okay. Who's smoking crack? Who's smoking? None of us smoke. I don't smoke. An anti-smoker. Blood Doll is a Indian red sandalwood wood, as far as I can tell. Okay. I'm not sure what it's got to do with what we're looking at today. The colours are found under glaze. Yep, we went through that one. So I think I read another article that said it wasn't really glaze on the stone. So they said it was some sort of heated in a fire pit to try and bake on some sort of coating. Not normal glaze, but yeah, that's possible. You know, so the glaze is not really proof beyond doubt that it's not genuine, is what she's saying, and I agree. It's not, but all the other factors, when you look at it as a whole,
eyes, the nose, the mouth were like the eyes were bigger, one was smaller. They were off angle. They were not symmetry. The nose was off. The mouth was off.
Yeah,
it wasn't like someone doing art. It was just like someone just.
And the last article I got here was about the China's rocks, and I was going to use that with Gabba's photographs that he's going to talk about squares. So we'll cover that next time, maybe. We'll see how we go.
Dr. Sala said that you two found that rock. It was a huge arc spaceship the size of two aircraft carriers buried in the moon.
Well, we can have a quick skim of it here. That's the rock that the Chinese rover went up to, which they said was a hut. And if you go down the bottom, that's the overhead view of it, I think, is it? I'll just go down here. Haven't read all this. There's the rock here.
When was that picture taken, and when did they say that it was a rock? What's the time difference between?
Okay, so that's the rock there. Once they got up close to it, right? So it looks like a square hut. They were saying. What year was it? Not that long ago. 2022. 2022.
Yeah, but how long did it take them to take the picture of the rock close up compared to when they took the picture of the hut?
I don't know the information.
Because everyone was saying they took a picture of the hut and they went quiet for 6 months.
Okay, so the photograph was taken in December 2021. Made the headlines, December 2021, so it's pretty recent.
Yeah, when was the picture of the hut taken?
I think it took a couple of weeks for them to get close enough to photograph that. Because I remember there was quite a big gap on Twitter, and everybody was waiting for the update photographs, right? So I remember there's like a 2-week gap. So it would have taken it to January, I think. Oh, here we go, January 2022. So that's when the update comes. So how many weeks would that be? Christmas? Could be a couple of weeks, you know. It was around about Christmas, wasn't it? Christmas when they got the hut photo.
Dr.
Just
Sala
before
said it was
Christmas.
A UFO. Dr. Sala said it was a huge UFO.
What they say there, close up the mystery object. So the Chinese must be lying, of course. They did have a size on here. Let's see. Explained how the rover transfers the estimated 80 meters to take the better structure picture. So that took what, 2 weeks to get there?
It took them 2 weeks to travel 80 meters. That's a red flag right there.
I'm sure it was like a week or 2 weeks. I don't know.
That would take 3 weeks to go 80 meters in a rover.
I don't know. It's pretty.
Yeah, Dr. Sala reckons that's a UFO, the tip of a UFO. It's buried in the moon, and it's the size of 2 aircraft carriers.
Oh, here we go. Space site notes, January 6. Final extended 1,000 meter mark reaching. What's that mean? Slowly roving the lunar surface. Did it run out of batteries or something? Or sunlight on the solar cell? Yeah, but they've got to make sure it charges though. Anyway, I was just going to point it out that, yeah, things can appear to be squares even on really good cameras. And then when you get up close, you get that kind of quality. I suppose it has a sort of squarish look to it, but it's not actually a square when they get up to it.
What if Dr. Sala's story is right, and that's the cover story they did to cover up the UFO they found? They just took a picture of a rock and go look at the rock.
Yeah, well, conspiracies don't really hold much water for me. I want evidence, you know.
If had an interview with JP. JP said he was part of the Space Force team that went to the spaceship, and they went inside the spaceship, and they found Aztec symbols all inside the spaceship.
Why would the Chinese cover it up, though? You know, and how would they do it with a rover?
Because they went there.
So you can see there's no tracks.
Chinese and American Space Force and Russian Space Force, they all went together to inspect.
But you can see there's no tracks between the rover and that far away object.
I'm just saying, Dr. Sala has tens of thousands of people believing this story. You know?
Oh, right. I'm saying it's garbage then.
Well, he has no proof or evidence. He's
got
one person talking on the phone, explaining he went inside the spaceship, he saw alien stuff in there.
There must be video footage and other photos leading up to this close-up, which is probably out there, right? So that could debunk his claim straight away that they didn't fake it, and you could actually see him approaching. But maybe you can do some research.
You should do a debunk on Dr.
Anyone
Sala.
out there can do some research for us and find the evidence of all that video footage of him leading. Maybe the Chinese didn't release it or something, but that would really kick the guts out of Dr. Sala's claim. Or Sala
an episode debunking Dr. Sala's claim of giant spaceship on the moon. It's just a rock.
Yeah, so we need to get some of your images up next time. So I was just leaving that there as an end one. So at the moment, we're just going to wrap up, guys, because I'm going to get going. We'll just have a look at the side comments. I think we only got one person watching now. It is pretty late in America now, I think. And obviously, if you're in New York side of things. Is Himalaya DS beads a mystery, as I've heard they are? Don't know if it's of importance, but maybe more fakes. Yeah, well, we haven't actually looked into that. But if you join our UFO group and submit some images of that, we can actually research it together and see what we can find out, I guess. Romans were said to be able to mix gold and glass. Again, I've not heard of that before, but it's possible. We'd have to look at the chemical structures, I guess, and see if it's suspended in glass. That would make more sense. Dark side of the moon. What did I miss? So yeah, that was on the dark side of the moon, but doesn't mean it doesn't get sunlight. So since it's in Earth's orbits, it's synchronized with the Earth's orbit. We only see one side of the moon all the time, but the moon is actually spinning. So all sides of the moon actually do get lit up by the sun, but we don't see it because we're in sync of it, right? So really,
how are we in sync? How are we in sync with the moon? The scientists can't even explain that.
There's lots of theories how it got in sync. One of the main ones is one big asteroid hit the side of the planet Earth and pulled off a chunk of Earth as it was forming millions of years ago, and that chunk of rock went out into space where the moon orbit is, and that gradually formed
how many
into the moon.
How many hundreds of space universe theories have been like deleted because they found evidence that disproves it? You can't rely on theories. Sorry.
Yeah, I sort of covered the moon orbiting thing in a live show probably years ago, and I haven't got the information handy. But there are all sorts of theories on it, and how
the moon's been coming down lately in the last month or two. Usually, you know how it comes up in the east, sets in the west. As it's been setting, it's been setting in the south. Like, you know, it's up in the sky. It's to the north a little bit, but it goes east to west.
Yeah.
Bruce Seal's been going off. The moon's setting in the south. The moon's setting in the south. And I've looked outside and like it's setting in the south. It's like, how does it move so much from north all the way to the south? Like it moves like a huge distance, like not normal. Nobody knows why it's setting in the south.
Yeah, there's some science to all that. It's quite involved. But anyway, it's not really my area of expertise, so it needs some research on it to dig up some people that research it, and we need to get various web pages agreeing with the same information.
Well, we're going to find the theories
with peer review of things. But anyway, I got to get going, and this is probably already a 5 or 6 hour live stream. Actually, it's not. When did I start? Just after 2, so 4 hour live stream again, is it? Feels like a long time though. 4 hours 15 minutes. Okay, I'm just going to get going, Gabba. But we need to, maybe I need you on so I can get rid of that stupid thing over your face. So maybe later I'll ask you to jump on the room and we'll sort of fix that up again, maybe, and help me fix it up. Anyway, people, thanks for joining us, and hopefully you found it enjoyable. If you find out any more information, just bring it to our Discord group and post it there, and future live streams, of course.
Thanks for listening, guys. Thanks for watching the show.
Yeah, and end credits coming up.
See you, mate.
Yeah, okay. Is it coming up? Yep.
Boom, 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 boom.
I'll just say good night on the side chat too, if I can type it in. Thanks again for your input. No trolling comments, I don't think, apart from one that said we're smoking weed or something. Because, yeah, people don't listen to us. They probably think we're all one-sided, which we're not. We're sort of keeping down the middle as much as possible.
Before telling lies.
Got to always follow the evidence or what other experts have said and sort of put it all together. They might be wrong, of course. That's why you always got to question everything, is my saying, right?
Everything.
Yeah. So I gotta hit the end button on that now. That'll do. I think Google's a wee bit behind, actually. Way behind. Yeah, we're up to the satellite dish now.